Hello everyone, welcome to ZaranTech, comprehensive training on SAP Group Reporting, your gateway to efficient financial consolidation and reporting. In today's dynamic landscape, accurate financial insights are crucial, and SAP Group Reporting ensures just that. With ZaranTech's expert instructor-led session, you will delve into the complexity of SAP Group Reporting, mastering features like real-time data consolidation, collaborative workflow, and integrated financial planning. Our experienced instructor will guide you through the practical scenarios, empowering you to streamline consolidation processes, enhance data accuracy, comply with global reporting standards. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for the regular updates from us. Now, let's take a look at the agenda. Key milestones after the evolution of HANA, introduction to group reporting, consolidation, charts of accounts, consolidation unit and consolidation group, breakdown, category, additional characteristics master data, mapping, FS item, GL accounts, data monitor activities, consolidation monitor activities, flex upload parameters, validation key points, validation of universal journal data, data validation key points, posting level key points, document type key points. Now let's dive into the video.
17 years of experience, SAP into 15 plus. I've did my implementation, support, upgradation project starting from 4.7 to till group reporting. I started my career as a FICO consultant, and then I worked on 4.7 and ECC implementation. And then from 2017, I'm working as a freelancer or a contractor, where I'm executing multiple assignment across the globe, wherein I do a trading as well as the projects. I'm expertise in FICO, Central Finance, as well as in the group reporting. Okay, coming to group reporting, I have done more than 40 to 50 trainings till today, starting from 1809 to till 2022, and now the release which we are having is 2023. Okay, so this is a brief background about me. So the first part, normally I go with the introduction. Okay, so introduction is as if you understand the introduction, say 2011, till 2011 we were in ECC 6.0 platform. In 2011, SAP has given first introduction to HANA database. In 2012, it has given an approach how you can migrate HANA database for your BW application, that is your OLAP application, online analytical processing. In 2013, it has given an approach how we do a database migration from for ERP as well as BW database. That means I have one database, okay, that is where OLTP and OLAP plays at the same platform, that is your HANA platform. Whereas in ECC, we should have a ERP database separate and BW database separate. We call it as OLTP and OLAP database. With the introduction of HANA database, we have one platform where it performs both as OLTP and OLAP. That is where in 2013, SAP has given a roadmap with the introduction of HANA database. In 2014, when it looked into the HANA, when it gave the database structure and all, now SAP looked into the module wise, what module I have to make the changes. So that is where it has first looked into finance module. Simple finance add-on 1.0 is what been given in 2014. It is not a customer launch, it is just a product launch. In 2015, 1503 Simple Finance add-on 2.0. 1503 is the first release to the customer, which carries the finance module changes. In the same year, we got additional two releases. Those are, additional one release, that is 1503 is one, which is for finance. 1511 is for simple logistics. Then in the next year, we got in 2016 1605, which is an update of 1503, and then we had 1610, okay, which is again an update of 1511. So 2015 and 16 simple finance coming separately, where only financial changes are there, and then simple logistics including FICO MMSD changes used to brought it. From 2017, SAP stopped giving two releases. It started giving only one releases per year, that is 1709, which includes S4HANA logistics. Again, we have 1809 and then 1909 and then 2020. See, till 2019, it used to give 1909. 19 means 2019 September month. From 2020 onwards, the financial year itself is a version. Okay, so we add in September 2023 release also. Our trading now, what we are going to do is on 2022, because 2020 always SAP recommend whenever we do for implementation, always N-1 implementation should be done for the customer. So now if SAP's product license, it will be 2022 implementations what we are going to understand and do it. So at the end, if you have time, we will understand what additional 2023 changes at the eye level. Okay. So 2022 is the version which we are going to do it. When this group reporting came into picture, you all know, because I don't want to go for a finance detail explanation, where AC DOCA, which is an universal journal table introduced as a part of S4HANA Finance, where it is called as a universal journal, the transaction from FICO, asset accounting, any COPA, every transaction stores at one table, which is AC DOCA. Okay, that is a universal journal table for us. Now, if you come to the SAP consolidation softwares, we have ECCS, we have SAP Enterprise Management for Business Consolidation, and we add SAP BPC also. Okay, and few customers may use a third-party consolidation system like Hyperion or any other system. Okay, even if SAP is having these many consolidation softwares or consolidation applications, why group reporting came into picture? The basic reason for that is, now we used to extract, now in the sense in ECC, you used to extract from different table a data and take it into BPC or ECCS and route. And once you extracted a data, you do the manipulations required as per your consolidation activities, and then you used to report it. At any point of time from BPC, if you have to redirect what is my source data, there was no possibility, because it is completely extracted data and you are doing in a separate tool altogether. So what SAP has thought, as I'm giving an AC DOCA, which is universal journal table, okay, which is a single source of truth where I'm getting entire data here. From that data, I can take a data to another table and develop one consolidation application, wherein from that table I can redirect to AC DOCA itself. That is where the group reporting concept has been introduced, where group reporting again and altogether completely, it is not a completely new solutions are developing. It uses the solutions available in ECCS, it uses the solution available in BPC, and design in such a way that for a group reporting, where we take the data from our finance module, that is your financial transactions, and in group reporting, once we take, we do the rest of activities and consolidate our figures. So that is where the group reporting came. The first release of group reporting came in 1809. 1809 is the first release where group reporting came. Okay, 1909 and 2020, SAP has given a concept called new group reporting logic. Okay, further every year we are getting updates from the group reporting also for consolidation. That means new functionalities are getting adding up. So if you are working in a support, it will be in any of the releases. And as you all know, SAP for every 5 years, it has to upgrade. Okay, it says now over in S4HANA, every 5 years they have to upgrade. For example, I was in 1809. Okay, I have completed 5 years. Now I have to upgrade to 2022 or 2023. I have to do an upgradation. That is an SAP rule for all S4HANA customers. So now you don't need to worry about 1899, which is earlier, very earlier product. Okay, further, whatever the changes brought in and what is available as of 2022, we'll understand in detail during our session. So the universal general table for group reporting is AC docu. For that, the data from AC doca will get flow to AC docu. That is my actual data. AC doca full form is accounting document for actuals. Okay, that data will flow to AC docu and give the consolidation figures for actuals. The same way AC doc P is a planning data. P means planning data. So this planning data also will be taken to AC docu, where you can see the consolidation figures of actual and plan in two separate columns, and you can do your reporting. Clear? Any doubt in this? So AC doc P, how data will come into AC doc P. There are multiple ways of doing a data into AC doc P. The one way is you can load through an SAC. SAC again, S4 Analytics Cloud, where we use it for the planning as well as for analytics. You can, like, however you are using BPC for planning, where BPC stands for stands for planning. Whatever we have to do as a part of group reporting planning, it will be done in SAC and move to AC.P. Or still, if are using a planning of BPC, you can do planning and move to AC.P. Or you can use APIs and do a planning to AC.P. Or there are SAP available Fiori apps are there. Through that, you will be having data to be into AC.P. And from there, it will go to AC.Q. How data will flow from AC.Q to AC.Q or AC.P to AC.Q? There is a tool called a data monitor. That tool, again, it is not a new tool. If anybody worked on ECCS, there was a tool called data monitor. The same tool is being used where it is connected an interface or a user interface UI, where there is a button. If you click on that, the data from AC Docker based on your configurations will move to AC Docu. Okay, how it will move, what are the configurations, we will understand in the sessions. Okay. So once you take a data, say the data is available in AC Docker, data is available in AC Docu, and data is available in AC Doc. There is a comparison figure which I'm trying to put here: AC Docker, AC Docu, and AC Doc. Okay. So approximately, see, AC Docker numbers are keeps increasing. So approximate figures is what the numbers I have given it here. Data update, AC Docker, you will be posting data in S4 HANA as a finance module, or for example, you will have center finance implemented where you have posting to AC Docker. So before we come to this part, I wanted to explain one architecture, one or two architectural design. Say when you will go for a group reporting, okay. To go for a group reporting, the system where you are implementing a group reporting should be mandatory in S4 HANA. If you are having ECC, can I implement a group reporting there? No, you have to upgrade to S4 HANA. That means you have to upgrade to S4 HANA where AC Doc come into picture. Along with that, you will have AC Docu and you can do a group reporting. Say for example, I have a multiple boxes of ECC. Okay, ECC1, EC2, EC3. Okay. Now I wanted to do a group reporting implementation. So wow, I'm going to propose a solution. So one, I'll say, okay, EC1, EC2, EC3 is there. Okay, because you have three different systems, you wanted to go for a consolidation part where you are using from BPC, you are taking data entirely separately and you are doing it in group reporting. Okay, now going forward, I suggest we have a concept called CFIN, which is called Center Finance System, where data from EC1, EC2, EC3 will replicate to CFIN by using SLT on real time. Okay, so as it replicate everything, that is the data coming and sitting in AC Docker. Okay, I can do a group reporting implementation in the same CFIN system where I can bring the data to AC Docu and do consolidation. This is one solution I'm going to give to my customer, where I'm having a center finance system and I will be implementing a group reporting in that. If I have a non-SAP systems, okay, something Oracle, JD, something is there. Okay, so how you will integrate? There are two ways of integrating again. From JD, I can make it to CFIN. If they wanted to consolidate their financial figures also, from JD, I will interface to CFIN, and from CFIN, as usual, it will go to AC Docu. Or this, I don't want to take it into my finance. Okay, I just want this value to come into AC Docu. Okay, then from JD, I can directly data take it into group reporting without touching Stephen AC Docker. There are two ways of doing it. Non-SAP integration. If you are using CFIN, you can from here you can take it as usual to CFIN, and from CFIN it will go to group reporting. If your customer says, I don't need that CFIN data, financial data of them, directly we'll take it into group reporting. You have an option where you will take it directly to a group reporting. This is another way of doing an architect. Okay. Assume that, okay, I have EC1, EC2, EC3. Customer says, I don't want center finance and all. Okay, I don't want center finance, but I am using consolidation. I want a consolidation part. So what I suggest upgrade your EC1 environment to group reporting. Okay. Group reporting. Assume and upgrade in EC1 environment to group reporting. Tomorrow you have to upgrade EC2, EC3, EC1 because SAP will not support ECC environment. You have to upgrade. For now, temporarily, what I can give a solution is you have to upgrade any one of your box to group reporting. Okay. After upgrading from EC to EC3, you can extract data to group reporting because it is an SAP part of application. You can extract from EC to EC3 also to group reporting and do a consolidation. Or I upgrade to EC1. Instead of setting up a new box, you make EC1 as a CFIN box and push the data from EC to EC3 to CFIN, and from CFIN let it flow to group reporting. That is another way of telling to the customers. There is a fields AC Docker, AC Docu, and AC Doc-P. There are three tables are there, which is AC Docker, AC Docu, and AC Doc-P. We'll try to understand few of the field differences, how it will be appearing as a high level before we go to the system. Data update. First is you will see that data, how data will get posted to AC Docker. Okay. The AC Docker, as usual, you may post a financial transaction, or if it is a CFIN, or you upload through some APIs, whatever it is, the data will come to AC Docker. From AC Docker to AC Docu, it will, as I said, it will be through a data monitor. Once the data flow to into AC Docu, or you can upload a flex upload, or you can use an APIs, or you can use a GRDC tool. And AC Doc-P, again, you can do it through a planning, you can do it through a BPC, or you can upload through a flexible upload, and you can use API. That is AC Doc-P part. That is the data how it come to AC Doc or AC Docu or AC Doc-P. Ledger. So ledger concepts you all know, that is in AC Docker we have a leading ledger and a non-leading ledger. We have now extension ledgers. Okay. Coming to AC Docu, we had a consolidation ledger in early version of 1809. Okay. Now 2020, when new group reporting come into picture, you have a field called consolidation ledger, but we don't use it for any of the reporting. No. So what is this consolidation ledger? Why we are not going to use it now in group reporting? We're going to understand in detail when we do a topic of ledger. Okay, because now it is integrated with GRPL, group reporting preparation ledger. So consolidation ledgers are not being used, but there is a field available. That is the reason I put it in the slide. Again in AC Doc P, again it is your leading, non-leading ledgers, whatever you are using it as a part of finance. So client, we call client in everywhere. Okay, ledger, as I said, ledger in general, ledger accounting, that is your leading, non-leading ledger, consolidation ledger. There is a concept called dimension here. The dimension concept is there from default Y1 as a companies that we will see when we go to system. Physical year, we call physical year all, physical year variant, everywhere physical year variant. Posting period, we call posting period in all the three. Company code, we call it as a company code in AC Docker. In AC Docker, when data comes, see company code connected to a trading partner, which is your company. Okay, that company is created as a consolidation unit in group reporting. Not a company code will not be a consolidation unit. Company is a consolidation, which is trading partner. Okay, through way that's how it is connected. Again, AC Doc P we call again a company code only, and we load data by company code. Whereas in AC Docu, you will have a company which is a trading partner as a consolidation unit which carries the data. Again, we will go in detail when we talk on individual topics. As usual, you have AC Docker, you have a document type, you have SAD, ZDR, whatever it is to post transaction. The same way in group reporting also, we have a document type. Then the number, accounting document number for every transactions it generates in AC Docker. The same way in AC Docu also it generates a number. The document type what we use it in S4HANA and the document type what we use it in group reporting altogether are different. Okay, but we have a document type concept where it will have a number ranges. AC Doc P, it generates a transaction sequence number. There is no planning document types. That is the reason you see in the document type it is blank. It generates a transaction sequence number when you load the data to AC Doc P. Record type, again, we'll understand that. So currencies part in AC Docker, you know, you have a transaction currency, company code currency, a group currency, and 8 freely definable currencies are available in AC Docker. In AC Docu, there are 3 currencies only. One is transaction currency, whatever transaction you made. As usual, a local currency, company code currency, and in which currency you consolidate it. Okay, that is the only 3 currencies in AC Docu. Okay, if I have to If I have a 9 currencies, I wanted to, sorry, 8 freely definable currencies. If I have to take it into group reporting and do a consolidation, again, we have to create that many versions. One row of data can hold only 3 different currencies. If you want any additional currencies you wanted to do for consolidation, because our objective is to consolidate only. In which currency I wanted to consolidate it, for that I have to set up a separate version. We will understand that. Then in ACDocP, you will have the currencies as per your ACDoca, the predefinable currencies. So transaction type ACDoca, you have a transaction type column. The same way you have ACDocP also. In ACDocu, we have a transaction type and subitem. What is the subitem? How data divides? All that we will understand that. Chart of accounts in ACDoca, operation group country chart of account. Here in ACDocu, we have only one chart of account. We call consolidation chart of accounts. And in ACDocP is again follows the ACDoca. Here we call an account number GL number. That account numbers are mapped to FS item in ACDoc. Account number column will be there, but in all reporting, anything happens in group reporting happens based on FS item. Okay. In ACDocP again we will have an account number. Cost centers remains as it is. Profit center remain as it is. Function area remain as it is. Business area remain as it is. Controlling area same. Segment is there because you wanted to do segmental reporting. Company ID, which is called as a partner unit. The intercompany transactions are identified in finance based on trading partner. The same way, the same column updates in ACDocu as a partner unit, which identifies your intercompany transactions. We understood currency keys, now amount. Like how many currency keys are there, the correspondingly the amount also. In group reporting, we have 3 amount fields. Okay, so these are the fields at eye level. We will go and understand individually when we go to the detailed topics. So basically here we use 2 monitors in group reporting. That is a data monitor and a consolidation monitor. Data monitor is basically to bring the data from ACDoc to ACDoc and doing some clean of data or translate the data into which currency you wanted to consolidate it. So for that purpose, we use data monitor. Upon data is ready, we use a consolidation monitor where we do intercompany eliminations and then do a consolidation of investments. That is the part of consolidation monitor. So these are the two tools which we are going to use it in our group reporting module. So first we start with a data monitor and then we'll come to a consolidation monitor. So these are the tools, which is not a new tool to SAP. It's already available as a part of ECCS. If anybody work, you are well versed with these tools, or we will going to understand those tools when we do the session. So entire activity of the group reporting is divided basically into 4 activities. One is prepare, the second is collect, and the third is consolidate, and the fourth is analyze. These are the 4 activities is been divided entire activity. So prepare is where we are starting our preparation activities for consolidation. Collect is where we are going to collect the data. Okay. Consolidate, where we are going to consolidate the data collected and we do analysis. That is our reporting. That is an activity of a group reporting activity. Prepare, as usual, we have to check the master data. All the master data are available in group reporting. What are master data, FS items, all that we'll understand. Exchange rate, maintain exchange rate for do your currency translation. Open the period because you have to pull the data into ACDocu. Balance carry forward, okay, where you carry forward the balances. That is again year-end activity. Release of universal journal, that is where you release the data from ACDoc to ACDocu. That is the preparation activity. Collection activity, the data comes into ACDocu. You have some non-SAP system. You have some any additional consolidation data you wanted to run, that you will do it through an upload program or you do it through data collection, whatever the tool you use it, and bring the data to ACDocu, which is non-SAP data. Then once you have data, we have to run a calculation of net income because we are closing the books and starting. In finance, we run this activity once in a year where we push the data to retained earnings account. Here, because we have to consolidate and declare the figures, so for every month of data what is available, we run a net income. That means from P&L, the balance will go to current year retained earnings. Current year retained earnings where system pushed the data. That is what net income. validate of reported data. Whatever data you got, you are validating with some formulas whether the data is correct or wrong, or any adjustment I have to do or not. Once that done, if you want to have do any adjustments, that is where you do manual posting of data. Further, I do reclassification, and then I do currency translation. I do reclassification. Reclassification means moving of one FS item of data to another FS item if you wanted to do. Then you will do a translation. That means in which currency you wanted to consolidate it. You taken from a finance a local currency and a company code currency. And upon that, you will going to do a translation that is called currency translation. Once translation is done, you again, if you wanted to validate data, you can do it. Then you do your intercompany eliminations, your AR, AP, sales, purchase, all that. Any adjustment to post, you post again. Then you enter a group shares. That means what is the percentage of holding of parent to child? What is the percentage of holding? Upon that, we are going to run the investment consolidation of investment, which we have two methods, rule based and ABC. As a part of the syllabus, we are going to cover rule based consolidation. And then where we understood a divestiture, if there is any divestiture scenarios, how it will work, and any adjustments to be done upon your consolidation, and then you will going to report it. So this is the activity or overall picture what we are going to understand or in detail during our next sessions of group reporting. So these are all the part of overview. Okay, now let's start with the topics. Okay, the first topic I'm going to talk in the group reporting is consolidation ledger. As I said, that these ledgers are not being used. Yes, now in present versions, we are not using it. It was there as a part of earlier. So in the table, if you see AC docu, still there it is there. We don't do any configuration. It is a default value which you go and load there in that particular column. So what is this consolidation ledger? There are two types of in consolidation ledger, SAP has delivered Y1 and Y2. So what is the purpose of using a consolidation ledger in earlier versions? It is to set a currency in which currency you wanted to consolidate it and in which ledger data it will take it. That means from finance, if I am using a leading and non-leading ledger, I wanted to take it into group reporting, both ledger data. Then I used to set up two consolidation ledger. And if I have a currency, I used to set up a with respect to currency in the sense in which currency I have to consolidate it, not the finance currency. In which currency I have to consolidate it, I used to set up in a consolidation ledger. For example, if I have to by leading using a leading ledger data of finance, I wanted to consolidate in three currency. I have to set up three consolidation ledgers in earlier version. Now consolidation ledger, we are not going to use it. All this configuration, whatever I'm mentioning, a currency as well as a ledger. These settings, what we are doing it in ledger, it has moved to a version. Version which was not available earlier. Yes, it was there available. We were using version and consolidation ledgers in parallel. Now we don't use ledger concept, we use all version. That means in version itself with a concept of GRPL, group reporting preparation ledger, where we have an option to set up a ledger as well as currency in which currency you consolidated in version itself. So the ledger configurations, we are not going to do it now. Coming back to a version. What is a version? Say version is like how you treat your Excel data. Like for example, I have Excel data. I kept it in one. I made some changes. I wanted to keep it in another version. You can keep it in another version. That means in group reporting, we always differentiate data or store data with respect to version. Whenever we do any reporting, it is where it says a version. Version, what actually it covers? As I said, version, you will have a version in that you decide which ledger data you wanted to bring, in which currency you wanted to bring. Okay, you will finalize that. So if to for example, if I have a leading and non-leading ledger, if I have to bring that data, I have to set up two ledgers. Okay, I wanted to consolidate in multiple versions, sorry, multiple currencies. I have to set up that many versions. Now, if you wanted to set up for the same data, for a leading ledger data, I wanted to do it in Euro, USD, JPY3. Earlier, that is in 1909 versions, if you see, we used to set up those many versions. Now we have a concept called group currency versions that we will understand later. Okay, that means basically in version, there are three type of version. One is standard version, extension version, group currency extension version. So now what I am specifically talking is only with respect to a standard version. That means when I set up a standard version, I will treat in which ledger data I'm going to take it and which currency I wanted to consolidate it. For the same ledger, if I have to consolidate in another currency, I will use a concept of group currency. I will not going to use a concept of standard version because the data is already available in my standard version. I just wanted to translate into another currency. If I have to put it back in an Excel sheet, say in finance module, I have a leading ledger and I have a leading ledger. Whatever currency is there in finance, you don't worry, right? In group reporting, I set up a version as V1, for example. Here I given that is it will pull leading ledger and this I call it as a standard version. This I wanted to consolidate in euro. Okay. This euro is where the data I'm consolidating it in version V1. Okay. So leading ledger, I'm bringing a data in a version V1, which is my standard version, and I'm consolidating in a euro. Okay. I have a non-leading ledger. Assume that BB or I'll say A1. Okay. I wanted to take this data also. I'll set up another version V2 as connected to A1, sorry, A1, and I call this also as a standard version. Okay. Again, I call this as, for example, I wanted to consolidate in euro. Yes, you can consolidate it because the ledgers are different. Tomorrow I say, okay, I wanted to consolidate this in USD currency also. I wanted to consolidate in USD currency also. So what I can do, one option is I can set up a standard version for this one also. If I set up a standard version, I have to keep releasing the data and my efforts are more, keep increasing more. So that is the reason I set up, for example, as Z1 version, which I call it as a group currency extension version. So what system will do? System, when I do a translation run, that is currency translation when I run, because it may be in any currency in here, the data came here, it converted to euro, it is already holding the data. Whatever 0L data is there is already holding in V1. Again, I don't need to bring this data 0L to Z1 and then again translate into USD, not required. What I will do, I'll directly, as I set it as a group currency extension version, which we put a reference version as V1 in the configuration. When you put that, system automatically pulls this data and translate into USD in Z1 version. That is my group currency extension version. And we have just a concept called extension version. Whenever you wanted to store any delta values, okay, this is equal to an extension ledger in finance module. For example, I wanted to reevaluate it or I wanted to reclassify my data, something I wanted to do it, which holds the same data of V1. Only the delta entries, whatever is there with respect to V1, will be stored in extension version. We'll understand in detail when we do the configuration also. So these are the three different type of versions we are going to set. When I'm setting a version, I select whether it's a standard version, group currency, or extension version. With respect to ledger, there should be standard version mandatorily. Okay, you cannot direct set up a currency extension version without a standard version. You cannot set it because it has to give a reference of version to it. And if you wanted to consolidate further in many currencies, you can use this concept. So these are all information is what a version means. In the version, we have two types. One is data version, the another is object version. So what we are talking is all data version. In data version, we have three types: standard, group currency, extension is what, and this will connected to a leading ledger. And this leading ledger obviously connected to a physical year variant. That is basically a concept of GRPL, Group Reporting Preparation Ledger. That means a ledger combination of physical year variant, what you are having it in finance, the same ledger and physical year variant should be in AC Doc Q also. Earlier, that means before GRPL comes. Okay, in finance, assume that you have a K4. I set up a version as, for example, ZD. I can give whatever physical year variant I wanted to have. I can put it as V3 also. I can set it as a V3. Here K4, a leading ledger holding the data. When it come to ZD version, it used to convert the Jan to December data into April to March consolidation in group reporting module. Sometimes it used to create a inconsistencies. So that is the reason this concept is completely removed. Now, if you have to consolidate in group reporting, that corresponding ledger and physical year variant data should be posted in finance module first of all. If I have a K4 in group reporting, I wanted to do V3, not possible. You should have a ledger there, where in finance module. Then only you can have a version created for that and you can consolidate in the same ledger and physical year variant with respect to my finance module. That is a consistency created as a part of our GRPL concept. So I was talking on data version. What is this object version? Object version allow use the configuration object of special version. See, one version you brought the data. After that, you have to do a lot of activities for that data. For example, you wanted to do a translation. Okay, you wanted to consolidate it. All that is being done with respect to your requirement. Okay, that is where a special versions have been used. For example, I have taken a data, I wanted to do a currency translation in specific rate. I set up a special version. With respect to special version, I do configuration and I link that special version to my object data version. That means the version concept in that we have do, as I said, you may be consolidation, unit attribute, group. There are multiple special versions we set up there. Those are used in a dependent configuration when we do further configurations of data collection, any activity we would like reporting rule, all that is what is a dependent configuration which we are going to do for every step. When we do that with respect to what we are going to do is what we do it in a main version, in a object version. See, you can see a consolidation, exchange rate, reclassification, FS item attribute. All these are the different configurations or different activities I perform. For that, I need a special version which is connected to my main version. That means the version data, what I am going to take it, how I am going to make all that configuration is by using special version and link to a main object version. You have to go back to your desktop. Okay, you have to type. Hope you all know you connect to a remote desktop. It is not directly the server's credentials are been given where you connect to a remote, where you connect by using a GUI from your laptop. Not like that. You will be given with a remote desktop access where you type MSTSC. You will get open with here where we will give the system which firewall you want to connect. You just say connect. Okay. Once it connect, it asks for user ID and password. You give the user ID and password whatever you have given and you say connect, it will go and connect to the system. So that is where it has connected to this remote desktop. Okay, here you will have SAP logon. You don't, that means to say you don't need to, if you don't have a logon software, you don't need to install because you can connect it to a remote desktop and on that remote desktop, you are going to work it. Okay, the same way you will have Fury Launchpad to go for a Fury. So these are you are going to connect to the system because this server credentials will be shared with you. Once upon shared, you have to use this method to do it. Okay. See here, I've logged into the system. If you wanted to check the version, which version we are doing, as I said, I will be doing it in 2022. And as we have already informed you, this is a public server, right? Okay. Sometimes you have to be like whatever configuration you have done. It is very rare cases. It get disturbed. Okay, where you have to do it because we are not using a dedicated server. Here, if you use a dedicated server, it's only for the participant. Only use the server. Others will not use it. So it is a kind of not completely public, not completely dedicated in the middle where what you have taken to do it. So here I'll go to SPRO. Okay. So here you find an option SAP S4 on a group reporting. Okay. So whenever we do a group reporting, the first implementation, whenever you wanted to do it, said SAP also suggests to implement a best practice in your solution. That is 1SG as a best practice. We ask our basis team to get installed in our system. So because the basic practice, best practice gives many of the default configuration. Okay, so where it awards you to do multiple configurations, scratch from the starting, which may sometimes it is difficult for us to do it because few of the settings or few of the things which you will understand when I'm going to talk in the coming session. we will find it difficult. So that is the reason SAP also recommend to implement a best practice whenever you go for a group reporting solution, so that the standard configurations are available. Through that, you can copy and create your own configuration if you still need it. Okay. So the first is in this, that is what SAP says, install best practices. Install the best practices. Okay. So once you have a best practices is installed, that means you have a system where you can start it. Whenever you do any screen login, okay, there is a global parameters which you have to set it. So here you can see a consolidation group, a version, a physical year, a period, for which period you are doing a consolidation run, and for which chart of account is what we are going to do it. Say out of this, we have just understood what is version only. When we come, we'll understand. But for now, I'm setting some default, which I'm using the system for other purpose also. I have set something in the global parameter to see the data. Now, say sometimes I say I don't want to do a best practice implementation. I will not implement at all. Okay, then fine. But if you don't implement a best practice, you have to come and run the step initialize settings. Okay, you have to come and run initialize settings. If you have installed best practice, you should not run this step. If you don't run it, if you have not installed the best practice, you have to do mandatorily this step run. That is a mandate. If you have done best practice, you don't need to do this. Otherwise, mandatorily you have to run this step, which will going to do some system settings in the backend. For example, this is a settings where it says from year LI in S4HANA line items, that is 1001, it sets automatically. New group reporting logic 1001. Okay, from year of preparation ledger. See, these are all is non-editable mode. Okay, system will get activated automatically when you implement a best practice or the previous step if you don't implement a best practice. Other than that, reclassification with selection of these are all the settings which system has been set automatically based on my best practice, or if you have not used best practice when you do this setup activity. So this is what you have to do it in all your implementation system. Okay. Further, coming to master data part here, as I said, the first is a define consolidation ledger. As I told, we are not going to use this configuration now, but I'll show it for your information purpose, where you can see the ledgers have been created. Whenever we create customer specific ledger, we used to use C, C1, C2. We don't need it. We will see what is there in that. Always it will have a reference ledger. This is nothing but my a leading ledger or a non-leading ledger. What ledger it is? Sorry, leading ledger or a non-leading ledger, whatever it is. And then in which currency it stores the information. So these are the basic settings what we used to do it in consolidation ledger. As I said, now this configuration has been moved to version. Okay, we'll come to version. In defined dimensions, again it is read only memo. You cannot change it. It will get activated automatically. Y1 means a companies. That is what here it is. It is default set by system only. That is what a dimension which we understood. Now coming to the version, define version. Okay, so here you can see the versions have been created here. Okay, if you see any version, what information is there in the version? Say for example, I open one version A55 which you have selected here. I opened it. This is a version. In this version, as I said, there will be three type of version: standard, extension, group currency. What is that version you are going to set up? Whenever you say standard, there will not be any reference version because this itself is a standard version. In which currency you wanted to consolidate it, that is what you are. That is, I wanted to consolidate in euro. And because it is a standard version, local currency, transaction currency, everything will come. Run mode default set as a manual because you have to run a step to bring the data to E55. Here where preparation ledger, which ledger it is from finance, it has been connected. Okay. And year where it is a physical year variant, which has been connected based on this leading ledger. Okay, and then here where a group currency part. See in the group currency, if you see, you can see right. Group currency, if you see, if in finance the currency what I'm using as a part of local currency, a group currency, free definable currency 1 to 8, any of this currency will should update as a group currency for my group reporting. I don't want to do any further translation to any other currency. I wanted to use my financial data only. Then where I'm going to set this option. If I have to configure altogether a new currency, I wanted to use it, then I don't set it because I do a translation in group reporting module. That is what group currency from source. Anything from the source, whatever currency you wanted to use it here to update your group currency of consolidation, that is group reporting, then I'm going to set it. Otherwise, I'll keep it as a blank. Then use plan data integration. See this version, if I don't set up here, it is called as an actual version. Okay, if I set here, use plan data for integration, that become my plan version. That's how actual and plan versions are getting differentiated. Plan versions pull from AC.Doc P, actual versions pull from AC.Doc Q. Fine. Next, these are by special versions. Okay, these are the versions where data entry, consolidation group attribute, when you create a consolidation structure, when you create a consolidation attribute, when you use exchange rate, when you do eliminations, when you use FS item attributes, these are the versions I'm going to use in those configuration and connecting this to my main version. I give the same code because for my understanding purpose. You can give whatever code you wanted to configure. This I will use when I configure my structure. Okay, and that is assigned here, and this is applicable for this particular data. That is the purpose of this special versions. Whatever we are finding 3, 6, 9 special version purpose is for that. So to set up a version, okay, there is no button here called new entries. Here you don't find a button called new entries. Okay, if you want to set up a new version, here where the option create version from reference version. That means you create a version by using some template. There is a template version. That is where I use a best practice delivered versions, and then I'm going to create my versions. Got it? So here, if I have to set up a version, I'm going to set up, for example, I use, for example, a template version, something E55, for example. There is a version I already set up. So I wanted to create my own version. Say I'll set here as B60. B66, 3-digit code, anything you can give. Okay. So here version, first I have to set up standard version. If I have set up a standard version, as I said, there is no reference version. In which currency you wanted to do it, I'll say I'll do it in euro. Okay. And then I'll say in which, as usual, it is run mode because it is standard version. Okay. Physical year variant K4. Okay. And it is fine. I'll remove test run, execute. Created B66 version. If I come here, because I copied all E55 settings will come for now. We'll change all that. B66 and double click here. I'll give it as B66 version. See here, K4 in the leading ledger, preparation ledger automatically came. Okay, for example, if you say non-leading ledger to connect, you can connect a non-leading ledger. Group currency from source I'm giving blank because I will not take it. Okay. For example, my local currency, that means in finance, if I set up a euro as a local currency, then I set here a group currency as euro also. Then you don't need a translation because your company code currency and currency you are consolidating both runs a same. In that case, it automatically updates as euro in the group reporting module also. Here, I have to set up this 9 version. To set up this 9 version, I'll click on this button, go to new entries, B66 only, I'll give data entry. Okay, so why I'm giving B66 data entry? Tomorrow, wherever I use, you will understand, oh, data entry means here where I'm using that part is what you will understand. So that is the reason I'm giving the description like that. Okay. So that is the reason I'm giving the same name for your understanding. If I just say B60 is everywhere, you don't understand. So data entry, when I do that particular activity, I'll show, okay, this is here we are using data entry. Consolidation group, again, when you set up a consolidation group, we use here B66. B66. So I'll change here to B66. Consolidation group, sorry, I'll change to consolidation group one. Consolidation group B66. Consolidation unit attribute. Change rate is done. B66. Reclassification and elimination. FS item attribute. B66 reporting goes used in reporting part. FS group items. Fine. So we completed the standard version and configured the special version. Where all we use this special version, we go to the next topics, we'll understand in every topic where we use this particular part. Okay. So we have understood the version, okay, and how to set up a standard version. So we will run I will set up an group currency as well as an extension version now. So here again, my template version will become B55, okay, and my target version I'll say it as B66 is my standard version, and I'll set a B67 as my group currency extension version, or I'll set it as a group currency extension version, okay. Here I have to give mandatory the reference version and currency. Currency, the one B66 is translating in euro. Here I wanted to translate in SCR. Okay. And I wanted to make it automatic run. Automatic run means whenever I run a translation for B66, it also convert to B67. If I say manual, I have to execute again the step manual. So that is the reason I don't. What is that manual step? We will understand when I go on to a data monitor and start releasing the data. Okay, where I select a version and do it. So again, physically a variant, I'll set it as K4 only. Okay. Here reference version is mandatory. So what is my reference version? B66 is a reference version. I'll remove test and execute. Create it. Now, if I come back to see my B67 version, because it is a as usual, as I said, the publisher people will be using it. Will delete because otherwise cannot wait for others. So B define version, I'll say it as B66 is my, I'll put it as standard, and this I'll put it as group currency. SCR. Okay. So B66 is reference version, automatic run, group currency. These are all once you set up, you cannot change it. So for example, if I have done by mistake, I selected manual, there is no option to change. Okay. You have to delete it and go and recreate it. Once it is set up, it is done. And here special version, because I use the same configuration. I don't want to use a separate configuration for B67. My all special version will remain same. Again, I will not set up a special until unless, for example, I have a specific where I wanted to change it, that configuration only I change it. Otherwise, I use all B66 configuration only, special version configurations. Fine. Now, the next part is extension version. So B66 only I'll use template. I'll say B68. Okay. I'll set it as extension version. Okay. And for this also there is a main version is required B66. Again, this should be in euro only. It cannot be, because extension version always carries the delta values from the main version. I cannot go and set it as a USD or SCR because I wanted to make this. So that is the reason. Okay. Here I'll say automatic run. Okay. Physical air variant K4. I'll remove test run and I'll save it. Sorry, not execute. So B68 also got created. Well, now see what all the setups we are going to do it as a part of our learning here. So I'll put it in an Excel sheet because we should have a data and data should come here. So here, for example, I'll set up one integrated entity. Okay, one integrated entity, that means in finance module, I'll set up one company code. Assume that I'll create it as BB66 only. Okay, as a company code in finance. Okay, which is I'll say it as it is a euro company code. Okay, and then this is one company code. I set it in finance, and I will going to set up another 4 company codes, not because I will use a non-SAP data. See here in finance, I cannot do end-to-end transactions for everything and bring the data and consolidation because it is not real time, but because we have to see a lot of intercompany eliminations on that. So for that, I will going to set up a non-SAP systems. Again, I'll set up 4 non-SAP systems. Okay, saying that SW66. Okay, and FR66. Okay, and then US51 US company code US66 and CA66. Like this, I'm going to set up additional 4. This is again in euro. This is euro. Okay, this is USD, this is Canada. Okay, this is, I meant to say, company code. These are my non-SAP. Okay, where I'll directly load the data to ACDocu. Okay, non-SAP. SAP, I'll create one company code and I will load the data. So this how we're going to try to bring the data to group reporting. So first I will go and set up a BB66. Again, I will not go and set up step by steps all the activities. I'll go and copy from my standard company code as usual. Okay, I'll just see 1710 hours, whatever the best practice company codes are there. I'll try to create, copy and create from there. Okay, fine. So that will copy your chart of accounts, everything, so that it will be easy for me to set up further. So if I see a 0L 1710 and all, which is in which best practice company code, USD is the USD. Okay, here the group currency is also USD. That's fine, whatever group currency. So what I'll do is I'll copy and create a company code. I'll copy from here. I'll say from company code 1710 to company code. Okay, as I said, I'll say BB66. Okay, so here, do you only copy to GL account if you want to allocate the chart of account to other, or do you wanted to? I wanted to copy the GL account data. Controlling area, do you wanted to assign the same controlling area? Yes, we can go with the same controlling area. Okay, different local currency. Do you want to allocate a different local to? Yes. Okay, what I'll say Euro company code, I'll make it. So that is the reason this one step, everything it will get copied. I don't do anything. So GLE will come, everything will come. Now straight away I can go and do the postings in this company code. I don't do any other further setups. That is the reason I copied everything. This is one step of activity. I'm not going to set up physically everything. Everything is get copied. Okay. Now I have a B66 company code, financial entity is ready, right? So here, as I told, okay, whatever my company, that is my trading partner code is there, that will become a consolidation unit. That will become a consolidation unit in the group reporting module. So we have to see, we have to set up a trading partner and assign that to our company code. So see, different company, few people are having a wrong perception. Company means a group company is what we have to set up here. That is a wrong perception. Say company is nothing but this is a trading partner. For every company code, there will be a company. It is not a group of company. I have a 10 company codes. I'll set up one company. No, that is not the scenario. It is nothing but a trading partner to identify business intercompany transaction. Through this only we identify it. Okay. So for every company code, there will be a company. Okay, and this company, what it will going to become your trading partner, and that will become a consolidation unit in your group reporting module. So BB66 is a company code I created with the same code, and then I went and I'll be assigning it in a company code to company. I'm assigning this. Fine. So this BB66 is what I'm going to set up a consolidation as a consolidation unit, not this BB60. This is company code to company. Okay. Now I'll come back. Okay. So this is my finance ready. As I have done here. Okay. As I have done here, if I see my company code, there will be a chart of account. That is my GL accounts, right? So the GL accounts should be connected to my group reporting. As I told in the introduction or overview session, for every company code, okay, whatever the GL account we are going to set up in the company code. So for that, we have to set up a FS item in the group reporting. Whether it can be 1:1 scenario or N:1 scenario. It is not 1:N scenario. The FS item, what you are going to set up in a group reporting, it can be a 1:1 scenario or n:1 scenario, not 1:n scenario. That will not support. So whatever the FS items are available as a part of SAP delivered group chart of account. In the group reporting, we have a consolidation chart of account that is called as Y1. Y1 has delivered, SAP has delivered a chart of accounts for Y1. So if you see here, define consolidation chart of accounts, display consolidation chart of account. Here you can see this is my Y1 consolidation chart of account. For this chart of account, under this chart of account, SAP has delivered FS item. So if I log into, you have to log into Fiori to set up a FS item. Let me log into Fiori. Hope you all know what is Fiori, and I don't need to give background. So so here we have, so here if you see here, here we have an apps. Okay, here I go to consolidation master data. In the consolidation master data, we have FS item, define FS item. Okay, so here in this FS item, you can see here we can set up our FS item. If I want to set up a new FS item, I go here. Okay, you can give the code for it. Okay, whatever code you define, a 6-digit, whatever the length you wanted to set it, give a chart of account. Here we are going to set up a FS item. So FS item description, in FS item type, there are, as usual, you are finding 6 FS item. As usual, if it is asset FS item, expense FS item, income FS item, liability FS item. These are my 4 different categories of FS item. Reporting and statistical will understand at later point of time when topic comes. Okay. So other than this, this will have a breakdown category. We'll understand what is breakdown category and all. And every FS item will have a 7 selection attributes, whatever you are seeing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 selection attributes, 3 target attributes. What is the 7 selection attributes? See, 7 selection attributes means, for example, I'm creating an FS item here. I wanted to use this FS item in, for example, in some data collection activities, while I'm collecting the data, or when I'm doing a translation, when I'm doing a intercompany elimination, when I'm doing cash flow activities. Other than that, any other selection, I'm grouping. Say, for example, I have 10 FS item I wanted to group. Again, going and creating a multiple groups when I wanted to pull it, we use the selection attributes. Okay. In the selection attributes, whatever the common nature of FS item, we group it. Say, for example, I wanted to do ARAP elimination. So I will create one code which is called as elimination and selection, and I'll assign in all my ARAP related where I wanted to pull for elimination. Okay. Again, this is 3 target attributes. Whenever you wanted to elimination and post and entries, then I use this elimination target. So if you don't understand this for now, you can keep it as it is. Whenever we come to the topic, we'll understand. So for whenever you wanted to define an FS item, as I said, you will give this description information. You select what FS item type is. You give a breakdown category, and then you will have 7 selection attributes and 3 target attribute. Okay. So here you see breakdown category. So this breakdown category, what is the purpose? So that we will understand now. See here, whenever we divide an FS item, okay, whenever we divide an FS item, there will be a breakdown category. Breakdown category, basically it divides into 2 types. One is whether it is a transaction type or a function area. That means the data is there that I posted in a finance. Okay, that finance data mapped to an FS item, it came to an FS item. That FS item is having a breakdown category. That breakdown category helps to identify 2 things. One is sub item and the another is sub item category. That means whether it is a balance sheet or a P&L, that is one part. And if it is a balance sheet, it will take a transaction type. If it is a P&L, it take a function area. Got it? This is a functionality of BDC, breakdown category. See, GL account, you posted an entry. The data flows to group reporting. In the group reporting, you are dividing that into 2 parts. That is dividing into a breakdown category into 2 parts. One is sub item and sub item category, where it identifies whether it is a function, whether it is a balance sheet or a P&L. If it is a balance sheet, it update 1. If it is P&L, it update 2. And if it is a balance sheet, further it go and update a transaction type, because for balance sheet line items, that means what activity you are performing is required. That is where a transaction type help us to do it. Okay. And further, if it is a P&L, it go by a function area. So if you come to the next slide, here you can see the data is there. The data I've released. Okay. I've configured a breakdown category. Upon a breakdown category, because you can see here, there are two things, subitem 1 and subitem 2. Subitem 1 and subitem 2. So the subitem 1 and 2, there is 915 and YB19. These are my default value. That means if from the finance side, there is no transaction type, it will come and take 915. So basically transaction type is nothing to do with your asset transaction types. Again, fixed asset transaction types are only for fixed asset module. That is not for consolidation part. Okay, that is a basic thing you have to keep it in mind. For consolidation purpose, we have a transaction types. Okay, that transaction type, if anything got updated in finance, basically it will not. Basically, it will not. So when it coming to a group reporting module, it updates. If it is a normal day-to-day transaction, it go with 915. As I said, if I do a carry forward balances specifically in group reporting, it takes 900. 980 when I do transaction difference. So whatever is required is been pre-configured or available as a part of standard SAP. So that value it will going to take. Again, a functional area, if you're using a cost of sales accounting in your group reporting module, sorry, in your controlling module, you can use the same functional area. If you don't use it and if you don't need it, you can apply a default function area. If it is a blank, it go for a default function area. Or in group report, in CO module is not doing it. When I come to controlling, when I come to GR, I have to do it. You can also do that. That means P&L updating a function area can be taken from CO module, or you can take it from default if you don't want to use it. Okay. Or you can configure, or you can use it in group reporting and derive function area. Normally, we don't again keep deriving in GR module. Whatever is there in CO, we will take it. If they don't use that concept, we will take it as default function area. Okay. So that is what it has been done. Clear? Any doubt in this? So the any GL account, whatever, see you can see here AC DACA, no transaction type is posted in the screen. Okay. It came, you did a data release that is looked into an FS item. That FS item is assigned with a breakdown category. Okay, so you can see here 1B000, 1C0 breakdown category. Here for sub item category and sub item, what is the configuration is done? Sub item category, it says required breakdown. Okay, 3, it says required breakdown. Default fixed value. Okay, here it always says a fixed value, that is 1. Okay, here required breakdown category. We'll see what is this 3 and 2 differences. We'll see. So it says a default allowed. If there is any data come as a blank, it will go as a default. Default, we set it as 915 for transaction type, YB99 as a SAP delivered as a dummy function area. So with that, it came and update to AC docu, AC doca to AC docu. By using breakdown category assigned in FS item, it reaches to AC docu. Clear? So here where you assign a breakdown category. So here I will come back here. If you see the SAP delivered function things here, these are SAP delivered FS items. You can see here, these are SAP delivered FS item. Okay. In these FS item, you can see you leave the statistical. You can see there is a currency tag. For example, if you take one FS item, what is SAP delivered? Here you can see breakdown category. Okay. So here, according to the background category, it says required background entry is forced default allowed. Entry is forced default allowed. Entry is forced default allowed. There is 1. Okay. Sub item again required breakdown. If the blank default value is used, that is, if it is a blank, that is your function area or a transaction type. If it is a blank, default is allowed. Okay. So if it what it has to use, a default should be allowed. Okay. So system will going to pick that, and it will have as usual the selection. Maybe FS item wrote these are not relevant, these are 4 are relevant. Okay, which has been configured. Okay, whenever we eliminate anything, it has to update. It has been given here. So if you, as I said, if you don't understand this for now, you can leave it blank. When we go to the next topics, you will understand. So for SAP delivered FS items, this has been available. As we will going to use the SAP delivered chart of accounts. That is, we are going to use this one only. We will go and take it and upload to our version part to this day. This part, got it? So here is a consolidation reason E55. Okay. If I check for now to understand we are doing it for D66, if you check, there is no data because we have not yet done. D66 you don't find here. This is copied data. Okay. So this will not have a complete set of information. Okay. We cannot use this. Okay. So I'll come back. These are my FS. How will I going to? This is you understood, right? So if I come back here to my presentation, okay, here you can see what all the configuration blank, no breakdown. No breakdown means that value will not break down. What is that breakdown means? In sub-item category, whatever you are seeing. Here you can see breakdown. One, here we set 2, 3, everything. Okay. One optional breakdown, 2 required breakdown, 3 breakdown, entry is for default allowed, 4 required breakdown, entry is for default not allowed. That means here default will not going to take whatever data is there, it will only take. For now, whatever we have used only 2 and 3 in our this one. We have not used 4 here, 2 and 3. Okay. 2 in the sense the default value is automatically used if the field is blank in the source data. The associate items must be subclassified by the sub-assignment and default value can be used. Okay. So the default value is here 1 and 2. Okay. Where we configure this breakdown here, I'll come back to this one. Here you can see different breakdown categories. Can you see here breakdown categories? This is a breakdown categories. These are SAP delivered breakdown categories. If you take any breakdown category, you can see here the value. Okay. Sub-item category. Okay, sub-item. Fine. So if you use, for example, if you use a best practice, as I was showing, whatever SAP delivered breakdown categories, you can use it. Okay, that you can just assign instead of you start doing a breakdown category configuration from the scratch. Okay, you can use here, you know, which say, for example, here you know what all the breakdown categories are available. So in the real time, what will happen? Whether you set up a new chart of account or you use the SAP delivered chart of accounts. Say basically we implement a best practice and we will always refer to the standard available configuration. Whether if you wanted to set up your own chart of account, you can set up. Basically, whatever SAP delivered chart of accounts or whatever FS items are being given for a real time business, it would not be sufficient. That you can keep it as a reference and you can set up what additional FS items are required by using Y1 only as your chart of accounts. Okay, according to the business, when you set up, you will always refer, okay, for example, this, what is the nature of this account and what is the SAP default configurations are available for that particular FS item. You copy and set up an FS item. That is one way of doing it. Or if you wanted to do all together a new FS item, okay, fine, you set up a all new FS item for your better and easy configuration. Whatever FS items you are going to set up, you try to map with a SAP delivered standard FS item. Say SAP delivered maybe 50, you would have set up 200 FS item. That based on the nature of structure, you try to map it into SAP delivered standard FS item. Okay. Once you map into this, the dependent configuration, for example, I map an FS item to this, the dependent configuration breakdown, I can use it. Okay, so I will come to know, oh, currency translation, I have to do it. Okay, whatever S-CT-BS-CLO is there, I can copy this and create a Z, and whatever the same nature, I can group it. So these are all the advantages which you will going to get when you refer to the best practices. Otherwise, when you say, for example, I will set a new breakdown category, it create a lot of confusion for you and you may mess up many of the places. Okay, so that is the reason you keep always this as a reference chart of accounts and set up according to the requirement. Say sometimes if you are using a group chart of accounts in your finance module, that can be a replica of our FS item. Operation chart of accounts, if the your business says I wanted to use 1:1 scenario, you make a replica of operation only as a FS items. Obviously, you don't find any option and do it. But basically, you have to give an education to your end users that what is the purpose of a set item that is used for a consolidation. Your operation chart of accounts are for detailed analysis. Okay, this is for your consolidation part. If you're already using a group chart of accounts, you can make that as a replica and set up a FS items accordingly. And you will already having a mapping of operation chart of account to group chart of account. The same mapping you can use it. Or if it is completely a new implementation, the FS item, whatever you are going to set up, you decide with your business what is the naming convention and all. But you as a consultant in the backend always keep reference of a SAP delivered standard FS item so that the dependent configurations can be reused where you will not miss the functionalities to use it. So here, import consolidation master data. Here, first I will go and import my financial statement items. Okay, so here I can do, we have not went to consolidation still, so we are in financial statement item. So what I will do, I will go and download a master data with the template. If you just want to download do a template or master data, I want master data. So here when I'm running, it says consolidation chart of account. What is the version? Okay, so what is the version? Here our version which will use, we are going to use it here is B66. For that version we are going to do it. So effective whatever is available. Any specific FS item? No, I wanted to download all. I'll download all. The FS item downloaded. I'll open this. If you see here, this is a template. Okay, in this template from the reference, for example, if you're using U000 as a reference, you can use that whatever you want, you can use it. All these dependent configurations are all available here, right? Everything is available here. Okay, so you can use this template. You see, you can set up, or if you are setting up all together a new FS item, okay, you can do this. Basically, the statistical FS item, reported FS item, again, statistical FS items are internally defined by system. We try to keep the same statistical FS item for any company code. Okay, we do, again, we don't set up a statistical group reporting FS item. I'll come to that. Statistical also, how we use it, I'll come to that later. Okay, so here what I'll do, I'll update this to my version. I wanted to load for my version, right? So what is my version? B66. This is my version. Okay, so here this version, whatever is there, I will save here the data. Okay, I changed because I'm just doing copying. Okay, I'll say B66. I copied. Here I'll come and upload the data. Here I'll say upload. You can see here, once I loaded it, it says to be checked. Okay, I'll say check all. Once you're uploading, whether it's consistent or whatever it is checked successfully. Okay, check successfully. Now I'll say import all. So see, you can see here for B66 version, if you see whatever we loaded, all data is appearing. Still, we have not imported the mapping. We have just loaded a version. We have to do a mapping. That is from GL account to FS item. We have to map it. Okay. So here, where in the SAP we map FS item to GL account. Here you can go and map it, or if you wanted to upload, you can upload it. Okay. Here I'll come back here, import FS item map. Here I'll say download. Okay. I'll say download with existing master data. Consolidation chart of account is Y1. This is our chart of account. Mapping ID. See, this mapping ID is nothing but what? Here we set up a map. Here we first I'll copy from my any of the available. Okay, I'll use this one only. Okay. So here I'm copying or downloading. It is downloaded. If I open here, here where you find, okay, consolidation chart of account, this mapping ID. Can you see here? This mapping ID E55. What is that mapping ID we created? Is B55. Okay, sorry, B66. So B66 mapping ID, I'm going to link all this mapping here. So this is B66. For this, I am setting up a mapping ID. This mapping ID, I'm going to set up and activate this version. Okay. So version is 1. That means, for example, I'm using this version today. I will start using this version. So that is the reason the version 1. Okay. So this is a version 1, which is there where you have a GL account and FS item. Where you have a GL account and FS item. This is a GL account and this is a FS item. Okay. This mapping is there. I have to load it to the system. Okay. So here I'll just save it here. I will load it. See, I have not created a mapping ID. The mapping ID I'm going to set up to my version. What is version? Mapping version. Okay. What I'll do is I'll come back, import FS item mapping. Here I'll say browse, download. Here I'll select. I'll say check. It's fine. I'll select here. Here you can see we have loaded with respect to our mapping ID B66 with revision 1, you are finding the data, right? So here, after doing this, we have to activate the version. Okay. So here where we activate that version. If I go here, okay. What is my mapping ID? Created B66. Here I'll select this, say create version. Okay. When I say create version, okay. Here my mapping ID is B66. Okay. For this B66, I am going to activate the revision here. Okay. What we have done, we have set up a FS item. For that FS item, I have done a mapping where you are seeing here where we have done a mapping. Okay. So once we have done that mapping, okay, here where we are going to activate that, okay, as an FS item mapping. Here, FS item mapping version. Can you see here? Here, what is this mapping version? This is nothing but my special versions. Okay, so here, so B66 is what I have set up FS item group. This is linked to you have to connect. That is the reason I have given the naming conventions like that. In my version, the special versions 66, if you see B66 here, I have set up as for FS item mapping part, I have set up a FS item. Okay, so that FS item attribute you can see here B66 FS group item B66 FS group item B66 FS group item B66. Can you see here? This is B66. This B66 is what I'm selecting here and activating that to B66 to my GL chart of account YCOA. Okay. Mapping ID, which I created B66. See, I created an FS item. I created an FS item with respect to B66. I mapped with respect to B66 mapping ID. That mapping ID is getting linked to my mapping version, special version. Okay, all codes I'm trying to keep similar. Got it? Say I created an FS item, I loaded directly to my standard version and I created an FS item. Then I'm doing a mapping. When I'm doing a mapping, I use a mapping ID. That mapping ID, I'm linking it to my mapping version. This is what it is linked in my configuration. FS group items, FS group item B66. Okay, that is what it is here. Revision, which revision you wanted to use it. If you wanted, if you say 1, 2, 3, 4, for example, I keep multiple mapping. I wanted to use from next month another revision. You can do that by giving from which date you wanted to use it. I just give it 10, 20, 23. I'll say revision 1 is what only one revision we are having. I'll say save. That means whatever the revision maintained in the mapping with respect to B55 mapping revision 1 will be used from October or it is getting assigned to FS item group item. So whenever I can pull the data, the mapping will use by using this configuration. So now we understood this mapping part also. Okay, we understood the breakdown category. We understood the mapping part also. Before to that, there is one more topic which I wanted to cover it. Say there is a concept called additional characteristics master data. Say we do a reporting in the, we do a group report. Sorry, when you do a reporting, always master data should be consistent. Master data cannot be As it is, you cannot put. Say, for example, you have SAP data, it's always validate from your SAP masters. You created a cost center, profit center, everything it is created, it is validate from there. When you load a non-SAP data, you say you are trying to load a cost center or a profit center. Maybe SAP third party, that means out of the box SAP or a non-SAP system. Okay, a GL account. Okay, all that should be available as a part of master data, but we don't have a financial company code. We have an option to make that as a master data in group reporting only, where a basic information you have to fill in. Like cost center, you create so many long cost center if you create it in CO module. We don't need that. Okay, so that is what we call additional characteristics for master data. That means that this master data should be consistent. Tomorrow, if you wanted to do any matrix consolidation, anything, people cannot upload master data however they want, right? So because we have to derive the reports on all that permutation combination, so it should be a predefined in the system. And whenever data comes, even if it is a non-SAP system, it validate it. So again, for that, we are going to set up a dependent. For example, GL account dependent on chart of account, cost center dependent on controlling area. So with respect to that, we are going to set up a master data in the group reporting for non-SAP systems also. Okay, so for that, this is a common generic screen available by an SAP. So here, if you see, define consolidation master data fields. Okay, here you can see these are SAP delivered screen. This is completely SAP delivered screen where few of the things only is allowed for you to check. The rest of the fields are been already been checked by SAP. Say, for example, if you take a business area, okay, subordinate field means a dependent on, okay, a profit center is validated based on controlling area. Always cost center is validated based on controlling area. WBS element is defined based on a project. GL account dependent on chart of account. Business area is nothing to do. So that is the reason it is black. Okay. And the reference field, what is the reference field? Partner cost center referred by cost center. Partner business area referred by business area. Partner profit center referred by profit center. So these are reference field. Enable input. Enable input means you can able to key in the field. This is you cannot remove it if it is disabled. That means a cost center, whenever you do a transaction, you can enable it. You cannot say I will disable it. That is the reason standard SAP fields have been enabled. Enable master data. Enable master data means it enables the master data to keep it in a group reporting. Enable master data finance, for example, business area, it is already there. GL, it is already there. In a group reporting, for example, I use this as a criteria. For example, if you see here, there is a material, is a field. There available material. Okay. In the material, we basically we have some functionality where you wanted to enable a master data. You can enable a master data for that. Okay. And then coming back to enable hierarchy. Okay. There is another concept called enable hierarchy. Okay. Enable hierarchy is SAP has given an hierarchy app which is called global hierarchies. Okay, whenever we do a reporting, say for example, we used to set up in GUI cost center group, cost element group. It was very restricted what you can do it. Okay, now with manage global hierarchy, you can use any of this attribute and set up an hierarchy however you want and use it in your reporting. So whatever is SAP enabled is enabled as a default when you open a global hierarchy, manage global hierarchy app. Hope you have used that in your finance module. If not, when I do reporting, I'll show that. Okay. So whether that particular field you can structure an hierarchy or not is what is been enabled. Wherever it is not, you cannot enable for this. Okay. You can enable for this. For example, enable hierarchy. Again, enable hierarchy elimination. For elimination part, whether you wanted to, in elimination part, it allows only the profit center to the segment is what it is allowed. Others are all grayed out. You cannot do it. Okay. Because it is a intercompany elimination part. Aggregate on carry forward. That means whenever I run a group reporting carry forward, whether it has to aggregate on that level or not. That means how your value should flow it into a next financial year. So basically, we say based on a profit center, based on these are all best practices ones. But we normally don't change it based on a cost center. When I do see based on cost center is not required because carry forward will not happen based on cost center because it is an expense only it carry. A balance sheet carries a profit center, you can say enable aggregation. And aggregate on data release. Whenever I release the data, if you wanted to aggregate, okay, based on GL, profit center, cost center, that means from AC doc R to AC doc Q, when data is going, at what level the aggregation you want, you can set up, or you can default leave it what SAP has provided. If you don't want to aggregate, you wanted to take complete line by line, you can uncheck all. All these one is what is being set up here. That means any field you wanted to enable as a master data because you are using it for reporting other than SAP delivered, you can enable it. Anything you wanted to set up a hierarchy structure for a master data, you can set up it. Whenever data flows from AC doc R to AC doc Q or carry forward, what all permutation combination it has to use, all this bin is going to set up in this particular screen. Clear. Once you have the screen, you have an app called define master data for consolidation fields. So whatever non-SAP data I'm going to bring it, okay, I have to make that master data available in this particular app. This may not see your business area, profit center, cost center, everything is there. Say for example, if cost center, if you see accounting master data for data records is this much. Consolidation master data is this much. This means console here, if you see controlling area, console, this is which is integrated with CO module, this column, and this is what we have set up. Say for example, if I have to set up a new one, I'll set up here. Again, you say controlling area, based on controlling area, I'll say create again. Okay, here I'll say master data subordinate description. This is only the information, it doesn't carry anything. And with respect to subordinate, it cannot be a duplication. Say for example, I wanted to set up a cost center as A123 as a part of my controlling area A00 only. Okay, and the description of it. So whenever data comes, okay, from the system, it validates here. Fine. So here, if you see consolidation master data A123, A003, I created. Other than that, there are other. This is where it has been taken from your S4 master data already available. Combined master data means it shows both. Is that clear to all? So these are this whatever the whenever you treat a non-SAP data, how you can make sure that the master data are correct, one part, and any of the SAP delivered master data you want to enable and use it in for all that purpose, you can use this. Clear?
Let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. What was the first SAP financial consolidation version after the evolution of SAP HANA? Option A, SAP HANA Finance. B, SAP BCB Embedded. C, SAP BCB Standalone. And D, SAP Financial Consolidation. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck and type the correct answer in the comment section. Hello everyone. I wanted to provide a brief overview of ZaranTech's training program of SAP Group Reporting. This comprehensive course covers key concepts and tools you need to create consolidated financial statements across multiple companies in an SAP system. Over the past few years, hundreds of professionals have leveraged ZaranTech's SAP Group Reporting course to expand their accounting skills and advance their careers. After completing the training, many have graciously shared their success stories in ZaranTech's testimonial platform. In just few weeks, you can learn how to set up group reports, reconcile transaction between different company branches, convert currencies, combine financial data using the popular SAP software, and this can open doors to new finance job opportunities to or help you deliver more value to your current role. If you're interested in learning more about SAP group reporting with ZaranTech, visit the link below for course details. Getting started now with this training is a smart investment for anyone looking to boost their SAP group reporting expertise.
So now next going forward, Now the company codes have been set up in the financial entity. For that, we have to set up a the S4. So that means AC doc R to AC doc Q in the same table, the data will flow. In the same system, the data will flow. That is, those are called integrated entities. We call as integrated. That means whatever the company codes we created, company codes created as a company code created, and we set up a trading partner, we assign a company code to company. That is what we call it as a trading partner. So this trading partner is equal to a company in sorry, a consolidation unit in group reporting. See, the data sits at a company code level. Company code is not we are going to use it. We have to use a whatever the trading partner we created, the same code will be used and create a consolidation unit in group reporting. If you try to create in another code, it will never accept, because the identification, whenever we create a consolidation unit, it go and checks in trading partner. If the same code exists, it treat that as an integrated entity. If you try to create, say now we created a trading partner as BB66, right? So if you create BB66 as a consolidation unit, system automatically identify the data should pull from this particular related information from AC Docker table. But from 2022 onwards, what SAP has given, SAP said that if you try to maintain a same code, it is well and good. Otherwise, when you set up a consolidation unit, we get an option where we can select what is the trading partner or a company you wanted to assign. So, for example, if I have BB66 there, here I can create BB77 also and link BB77 to BB66. This is available from 2022 version onwards. If you see any system before 2022, a trading partner code is equal to your consolidation unit code. Clear? So this is a concept of setting up a consolidation unit. This is for an integrated entity. Non-integrated entities means the entities which are not there in the same box of S4HANA. Okay, then we call it as a non-SAP entities. For that, you can load a file through an Excel, Notepad, or whatever the formats you wanted to, or APIs, or GRDC, you can upload it. So those we call it as a non-integrated entity. So here we created BB66 as an integrated entity. Along with that, we'll create SW 66 as one of the consolidation unit, and FR 66 one, US 66 one, and then CA 66 as another one. These are the consolidation units which is our non-integrated entities we are going to set up directly in the group reporting. Okay, so that we have to consolidate the figures. See, here I one integrated entity, and these are my non-integrated entities which we are going to set up in the system as consolidation unit. So again, consolidation unit setup, we do it in a Fury only. In GUI, we were used to create. Now because there is enhanced features, so we cannot use it as GUI, so you have to use Fury only. So consolidation master data, here where we are going to set up a consolidation unit. I'll go here, different consolidation unit. So this is an app where you are finding the consolidation unit. I'll say create. It is as for which consolidation. So BB66 is the entity which we created in the yesterday. So I'm going to set up BB66. BB66. Description and support. If you want a region country to set up, you can set up. Here, as soon as I give BB66, because the company is automatically available, it is reflecting here. Say for example, if you don't, if you put it with the same, you have an option where you can select. This is from 2022 onwards. Previous to version, if you see, you don't have an option of this to select. Okay, as I give BB66 as my consolidation unit, system gone and check. Okay, it is there. It came. Otherwise, it will open up where you can select to make it as integrated. As soon as I assign a company BB66, it gives an option transfer from universal journal. That is, it is integrated with my S4 system. That is where you are finding with transfer from universal journal. Okay. Then here, okay. So this is the part. Okay. Other than this, here for again, however, we are having the attributes for FS item. Here also we have an attributes, data collection selection. Okay. Posting rule selection, validation selection, partner selection, where you can use this selection attributes. Okay. So here I'll select one of the standard package what SAP has delivered data collection addition. Partner selection, there is nothing created, we can leave that blank. Okay, now see whatever, see this is a consolidation event which I'm setting. Here you can find attributes with dependencies. Okay, these are the attributes, whatever you are seeing these attributes. Okay, these attributes are version dependent. Getting my point? So the version what we are trying to assign, it is taking for E55 version. Okay, E55 version. So I don't want for that version, I wanted to for my version. So what I'll do, I'll cancel it. Always whenever I go and do this activity, as I told, there is a global parameters for which one I am working. I'll be selecting that. Okay, here I'm coming. Still, I have not set up a consolidation group, but I have a version. So I'm doing it for a version B66. Now I'll go for a consolidation unit. Okay, if I would have saved, that would not have been affected to my version. So that is the reason I came here. I'm going for my version. Okay. Here now if I create again BB66. So here BB66 transfer from Universal Journal, data selection SPD1. Okay. The upload, if you wanted to upload any data, there is a formats are available that we will understand when you come to that topic. Okay. Now for now, if you see here, I'll just keep that as it is and I'll save here. Okay, as usual, see if you see here, these are version dependent. Okay, so this selection displays time dependent and both version dependent. You are working from 1023 version, B66 version standard, other version affected by changes, three version. What is the three version? The group currency and other versions. So for this version is what the settings is. Okay, in another version, if you wanted to change any of these settings, you can change it and use it. So that is the reason it is version dependent. See different consolidation unit attribute values. Okay, in this we have a data collection, partner collection, posting route, validation. Right. In data collection, there is no technical things here. There is a selection attribute. SAP has given standard package definition. Okay. Here there is nothing technical. Okay. Here whatever we have given, we are going to use it anywhere if you wanted to create specifically. If you wanted to create multiple, you can create here multiple however you want. Got it. So these are the selection attributes. What are these are four selection attributes is what you are finding it here in the fourth selection attribute. So now we will set up a non-SAP entities. To set up a non in the same screen, I go say create consolidation unit. So here I'll say, for example, CA66. So here because FR66 system didn't find any of the trading partner. Okay, it is not filled up either local currency or company. If it's filled up, it would have pulled from your finance module. FR66, there is no company code setup. So that is the reason it is coming as a blank here. You can observe here. I'll say this also Euro company code. Okay. So as I have given a blank, it is where non-integration is coming. Say for example, it is linked to some company code. I'm just telling for example 1710. As soon as I select, you can make it as a universal general company code. Okay, I don't want to do it. So I'm giving it as a blank. Okay. And then here you can see no integration. That means there is no data flow from your AC Docker table. Okay. And as usual, if you wanted to put for data collection selection, whatever is available, I'll select here. Upload method, any specific upload method you can select, or you can give it as a blank also. And then I'll save it as save. Say because it is a non-integrated entity, if you observe deviating physical year variant, okay, which what is a physical year variant which you can set up here. Okay, if it is a non-integrated integrated entity means whatever financial setup in your company that only should come here. Okay, with respect to your version, I'll save it here. So I've set up the one non-integrated entity. Like that, we'll set up other non-integrated entity SW and have local currency as euro. In upload, there are formats. Okay, that will be there in the upload method. SRD2, SRD1. These are the formats. Okay, tab text. What method you wanted to use it? Text tab delimited. comma delimited, however you need. Okay. It is not mandatory that you have to, even if you give blank, you can upload whatever you want. Again, this is another non-SAP entity. US 66 USD company, nothing. Okay, I'll save this also. So I've created local currency for this is CAD and data collection SPD1 save. Yeah. So we created all the four entities. One is integrated and four this one. So CA66 reports in CAD, which I created as a CAD entity. Okay. US 66 as USD, FR 66 and SW66 as euro as a company code currency, and one integrated company code is there. Clear? Now we have to set up a structure for this. So whenever you wanted to set up a structure, you see these are the entities are available. Okay, what level you wanted to consolidate it. So for that all level, we are going to set up a consolidation groups. Getting my point? Say I wanted to do a consolidation at US 66 and CA 66 level, that is America level. By combining these two, I can set up a consolidation group here, and I can set up another consolidation group by these are the three entities where I can set up a another consolidation group. Got it? And overall at world level, I wanted to consolidate it. So I can set up this as one consolidation group. So wherever at what all levels you wanted to get a consolidation, so you are going to set up a consolidation group to that level. So here we'll set up a consolidation group at one America level, one Europe level, and one world level. Whenever you set up a consolidation group, you have to identify which is the parent entity for that particular group. Whenever you set up, for example, if I'm setting up a consolidation group at this level, I have to set a parent entity. And another point is whether you will going to report in purchase method or equity method. What is purchase method and equity method? If your shares is more than 50%, then we assign a purchase method. Okay. If your share is less than 50, about 20, then we are going to assign an equity method. If your shares are less than 20%, we are not going to set up that entity at all. I'm talking of in generic scenarios. In generic scenarios, more than 50% is where you will going to set up a company. In the SAP, sorry, you will going to say it as a purchase method. 20 to 50% where you will assign it as a equity method. That means when you have more than 50%, you will declare the profit. That means I hold 60%, 40% is the NCI, which you will going to declare for other company. If you have an equity method, you will going to get an NCI, you will going to book the NCI and you will close the, you will continue with the next step. So in order to have this system to identify whenever you set up a consolidation group to say what is a parent entity, one point. The second entity is whether it's a purchase method or equity method. As I told, based on the percentage of holdings, you will say it is a 50% or 20%. And whatever we are doing here is all direct holding. That means the parent entity as the direct as a holdings on all the entities. Okay, that's how we are going to set up this in the system now. So now we will go and do a consolidation group. If you have any doubt, you will understand when I'm setting it up. So I'll say a consolidation group. What is my consolidation group? I'll say it as B66 America. Here I say B66 America. Consolidation frequency is monthly. I wanted to consolidate it and I'll save it. One consolidation group I created. Okay. I'll go and create another consolidation group Europe. Still, I have not assigned the entities. I'm just creating in the screen only the consolidation group. Okay. Assigning the entities to this consolidation group will come in the next screen. B66 Europe. Okay. Consolidation frequency is monthly. Save. Then B66 world. Again, because it go for a change mode as soon as I save, that is the reason you get error. I'll put back to B66 world. Consolidation frequency monthly. Fine. So we set up the three consolidation group. So once we set up a consolidation group, now we have to assign the consolidation unit to consolidation group. So we have two ways of doing it: manage group structure unit view, manage group structure group view. Either of the way you can set it up. Okay, either of the way you can set it up. I'll show it in both app how you can set up. So here I'm going first and giving my consolidation version as B66. Consolidation group. What is the consolidation group? B66 America. First I'll set up. Okay. I'll say go. There is nothing. Assign. You get a here. I'll say CA66. Select that. Then US66. I'll select both. Say next. Okay, here where it says period of first consolidation, that means when you will do a first consolidation in group reporting module. So that month you have to put it as a year. Say, for example, I wanted to do it from 12th period from the current. I'll say 01/12/2023 is where I wanted to do my first consolidation. Okay, then year period of divestiture is there. When you divestiture, it is all 999. Period of divestiture means you know the meaning when we were going to remove it from this. So now this will set up when you do actual diversion. Okay, now I'll say here first consolidation method. Okay, here consolidation method where you are going to say whether it's a parent, purchase or equity. Which one is? Yeah, this is my parent entity. Okay, I'll assign a parent entity to this. Okay, it's the same got assigned to both. I'll go to CA66 and change this to equity method. Say CA66, I'll say it is 20 to 50% holding from US. So that is the reason I'm going to set that as a equity method. Okay. Now I'll come back to the next. This is the one way of doing it. The another I'll do, the another is B66 Europe. Assign. So in Europe, we have SW 66, then FR 66, then B 66, sorry, BB 66. So I'm assigning here, out of which I'll say for BB 66 as my parent entity. Okay, BB 60 is my parent entity. So these two I'll set it as a purchase method because more than 50% holdings. CA66 equity, this is purchase method, and then go to SW56. Here also you change it to parent because whatever I selected the last it get updated to all. So that is the reason I'm changing it to this one. So here you know BB66 is an entity where it is united to FR66 and SW66. This is what we have done by using this particular two groups. There is one more. The same functionality you can do it here also, but the way we do it will differ little. Okay, here I selected a consolidation group and then I assign a unit. Here it is the reverse way, where I'll give the consolidation unit here BB66. Say go and you assign here. You see the reverse way. There you select a consolidation group and do it. Here you select a consolidation unit and assign a consolidation group. What I'll assign? I'll assign it to BB6 world. Sorry, B66 world. So I have to declare B66 as my parent entity. For the world, what is my SAP integrated entity is there? That is my parent entity. So I'm declaring here the parent entity. And then I'll come back again. I'll select next entity. What is my next entity? SW66. SW66. Go here. Assign. Again B66W. Next. What is the method? Purchase method. Assign. Next is W66 FR66. Go assign again B66 W. Next again here purchase method. Again, sorry, FR66 is done. CA66 Canada. Assign. What is the method we have to assign for this? It is a more common sense. When US group I created, US is a parent entity, CA is equity method. Means when I do group, obviously it will be an Next, purchase method. I have created the consolidation group. If you wanted to see at the group level, whatever we created, B66W. You can see this is a parent entity. This is CA66 equity. All other are purchase method. Okay. Period of first consolidation is showing as 1010. I will change it to 12 because we are going to consolidate from 12th period. Because I selected as a period 10, so it is coming everywhere period 10. I'll say it as 12th period is what current period will consolidate. Or we will do it for 11th period. We'll do it for 12th period only. Why it came as 10? Because in the global parameter I have not changed. So that is the reason. Now consolidation group is also ready now, right? So now I will go and do the posting in. I'll come back to my global parameters. Okay. So for a global parameters, I'll select here the version was there. Now I selected a consolidation group. So now you can see B65W world. Okay. So I have assigned the group also. So now I have to take data from my AC Docker table. So as a part of GRPL, okay, you have an option define group reporting preparation ledgers. Here, what it will happen, there is a SAP default configuration ID is there, where it will link your leading ledger to your consolidation chart of account to FS item mapping version. Okay, to FS item attribute version. So we have understood FS item mapping version as well as FS item attribute version. Both we have understood FS item attribute version and FS item mapping version. So here these versions should be with my entity. See here, people used to do daily. Okay, they may keep changing it, but I'm using mine. Okay, here I'm assigning mine because I am taking only leading ledger. I'm worried only with leading ledger. Non-leading ledger, I have not set up a version. I'm not worried. That is the reason that 2L I have not selected here. Okay, what is the logic of this? See, whenever I post a data in AC Docker, okay, in AC Docker itself, now we have group reporting fields like FS item, sub item, sub item category. All that informations are available in AC Docker itself. That means whenever data getting inserted to AC Docker itself, system check this mapping logic, whatever we have assigned to these version, it will go and check and take that particular FS item and get updated in AC Docker table automatically. Getting my point? So that is an integrated, like that is where the GRPL says whatever data flowing to a group reporting will have a connectivity with an AC Docker. If you see your AC Docker table, here we have group reporting fields also. Here you can see here consolidation unit. You can see right, consolidation unit, partner unit. Okay, FS item, sub item category, consolidation chart of account, sub item category, sub item. These are the fields available as a part of AC Docker only when the GRPL concept has been come. That means whenever I insert a data for an integrated entity, when it is getting inserting into AC Docker itself, it checks, okay, my leading ledger is assigned to a consolidation chart of account of Y1, and in that there are versions are available, which is mapping version and attribute version. Say here, if you see B66, this is FS group item B66, and this is where we have assigned it to our main version, FS item attribute version. This is B66 FS item attribute version. Okay, FS item attribute B66. Okay, these whatever we assigned here, these version system used to pull the accordingly the mapping, and it, see what is this group? FS item group is the group of console. Let me go to your again in another screen. One is GL account and FS item mapping. The another is FS group item, okay, and FS item attribute, okay. FS item attribute is what? FS item attribute. FS group item attribute is whatever we have created as a part of our consolidation group and assign those dependent FS group items, okay. So all this is been connected here to your this one. That means based on this configuration, whenever I insert a data to AC Docker, system will update this particular information here. Got it? So as soon as it get inserted in AC Docker, when I use a data monitor tool, when I use a this is a data monitor tool which we use it to release the data from AC Docker to AC Doc Queue. Okay, we are in this group, we are finding these are the entities. Here there is an option of release of universal journal. When I do it, it takes from the data from AC Docker and put it into AC Doc Queue. Previous to this GRPL concept, whenever I release here, system used to go and check mapping. When I release, it used to take a time or there would be a performance issue where it check your mapping, all that permutation combination, and then it used to come to AC document update. Now it is not like that. With this GRPL concept, based on this configuration, whenever I insert a data to AC docker itself, these fields will get updated. So when you release it, your performance is speed where it takes pulls the data and update to AC docu table. Now I will go here. I have to post an entry. Okay. So I will post an entry for a P&L as well as for a balance sheet. Okay. So to post for a P&L, I need to have a profit center and a cost center. So we have not set up a profit center and a cost center. I think we'll set up. I think we have used a controlling area. I'll set up one or two profit center and the corresponding this one. Okay, profit center I created to profit center, cost center A. Yeah, say now we will go and post an entry. We created a setup a cost center and a profit center. We'll post an entry and we'll release the data. Okay, so I'll go to as usual BB66 company code and give the GL account. So I'm posting this entry. Is that fine? So system has posted entry. If I go to AC.car now and give company code BB66, okay, execute. See, you are finding entries in leading and non-leading ledger both. Okay. If you see the group reporting related stuff, it update only for our leading ledger. Can you see here? This is only assigned to leading ledger where my non-leading ledger is not been updated. So it update as a default item. Okay. So here where you find these two items should flow to group reporting where because of integrated ledger, you are finding sub item category. I told sub item category it differentiate a balance sheet and a P&L. Okay, 1 and 2. This is 915 YB35. So this one is for balance sheet. Okay, where it is determining the transaction type because the transaction type from the source is blank. It is deriving 915. Again, here the cost center with respect, sorry, function area is blank in the P&L line item. So it is deriving a default where sub item category updating is at 2. Got it? Where that sub item categories and sub items are defined. Here where you find a transaction type and a function area. Okay, these are the place where we define. Okay, if you wanted to define a sub item category 1 and 2, one part. The cost center we don't need to derive anything because it is maybe because we whatever is there in the source we will going to take that direct. Define default values for sub assignment. Here where you assign a default values. Okay, so what are the default value? Here you can see sub item category 1 will have 915. Okay, which is if there is a blank, it derives here. For sub item category 2, we have said to derive YB99. Can you see here? YB99 to derive. That is what it is deriving here in this 915 and YB35. Function area YB35. Okay. So from here, I posted to Z101 where it is updated a YB35. So as it is not blank, it is taking YB35 directly from here. You are getting say as it is not blank, it is taking YB35 from here. Okay. Otherwise, if it is a blank, say for example, in the cost center, the other cost center which we have created here is C1000. In that, I'm going to blank out the cost center. I will going to blank out the cost center and post. Okay. Which one we posted now? Here the cost center. We posted to C100. Okay. I will not blank out in C100. No. I'll blank out in C101. Yes. Okay. So C100, what we posted is having a cost center. Okay. You find YB35 here. See, right? YB35 is what it is getting updated. It is not taking a default because the data is flowing from CO module. Clear? I'll post one more entry now. 631630040 debit credit. Okay. So here I'll say 400. And then I'll give the cost center C101 and I'll save it. It is posted another entry. If you come here, refresh. So here you can see 0L data for 10001. Here you can see here YB99 is coming. Why YB99 is coming? It is taking from my default value configuration YB99. Okay, because from the source the data is not there, it is coming blank. Whereas here from the source there is the data, it is coming from our YB35. Got it? So now once the data is there, now we understood data posted, we understood GRPL where in AC Docker based on the mapping. See, this FS item and all got derived from where? Based on the mapping. That mapping is assigned to your GRPL configuration. Okay. Upon that, this has been derived. When I release the data, already mapping is sitting here. It will pull. Say, for example, you may ask a question, sir, I have started doing it after data coming in. I realized I did a wrong mapping. What shall I do? Okay. So early now the option is there is this option called realignment. There is an option called realignment. You have to run the realignment. Okay, that realignment, what it will do, it will going to make an correction in AC Docker itself. Upon that, it will move to AC Docu. That is called realignment step that we will understand at the later stage. If there is any case where if your mapping is changed or it has been made mistake upon that you recognized and you wanted to pull the data. So that is where you go and change a mapping and you have to rerun the realignment activity for the backdated data to get updated it properly. If it is one or two, okay, if it is not more, if it is one or two in AC docu itself, there is an option called reclassification, moving an one from one FS item entire value to another FS item. There is an option you can do it. Otherwise, you have to run a realignment, get updated here. Upon that only you have to bring the data to group reporting. That is the reason AC doc and AC docu to be in sync path. That is the concept of overall concept of GRPL. Say for example, you have, that is how we normally do the activity. So we'll proceed now to the posting and release of data to AC docu. This is a data monitor tool as we have discussed. Here, whenever I log in, there should be a global parameter to set to which consolidation chart of account you are doing, what version, what period. So the period what we are doing consolidation is 12th period. So let me put back to 12th period. Okay. So upon this selection, so you are finding here individual consolidation unit. Okay. So this data monitor basically having the following activities: balance carry forward. Okay. Which will be done once in a year. That means when I go to January, I carry forward group reporting balances. If you do carry forward in finance, that data will not move to group reporting. That is one point. Then release of universal journal. Okay, when you say release of universal journal, here where the data flow from AC doc to AC docu. Okay, now first here if you are seeing it as a green color means the period is locked. Okay, you have to right click here, say open period. Okay, that means I'm opening a period. Okay, once the period is opened, if you see in the release of universal journal for BB66 entity only, the step is in executable. The other steps is not in executable. The reason is this is an integrated entity where we have set a configuration that it will derive data from AC doc to AC docu. So that is the reason it has been available as a release of universal journal. I'll set here and say test run. When I say test run, system shows, okay, here universal document total. If I click on this, system shows what all the data it is getting released. You can see here the data is getting released with respect to my B66 version. Okay, and B67 and B68. You are finding what is my B66? It is a standard version. Okay, B67 is group currency extension version. B68 is my normal extension group currency version. This is extension version. Say if I select on this document B66, you will find what data is flowing. It is flowing total 1400 value, which is this FS item and this FS item. Okay. At the it says at a summary level. Okay. If you see on the task log, you can see what all the complete information of data getting flowed. I clicked on the task log. You can see here, see data, what all the data is getting flowed. If I go back here, again go to document. Again, if you click on this FS item, if you click on this documents, okay, you find what all the documents it is getting flowed. Say that is summary level with groups at the FS item and shows. Okay, when you see here what document it is flowing, these are the documents is getting flowed to my AC docu table. Got it? This is a flow of data which is happening to my AC docu table. Here we posted to two documents. One is and that to two different cost centers we have posted. Okay, so if you click on again on this, you will find what is that document details. That is it derived from your universal journal. You can see what is this document in universal. That is what you can see. This is a document number which is deriving from universal journal. Got it? So if you have a millions of record flowing, when you see here in the flow, you can log it out what data is getting flowed it into group AC docu table. So here whatever we are doing is all a test data. When you see here, okay, here you find this is my main standard version. This is currency extension version. Currency extension version, this you will not have a document to flow here. The reason is here it will used only to do a SAR translation. So when I do a translation activity, then only it will flow here. Okay, that is the reason now it's showing as a yellow. This is my extension version. If there is any differences I posted here, that only it will flow. Any difference here, what it will show? It show entire document where if you see, it will show you a debit and credit both. That means the balance, if you see here, it is coming as a 0. Can you see here? See what it will do? 1000 debited, 1000 credited. The same is reversed back. 400 debited credit, the same is reverse back. That means when you do for an extension version, it release the data and reverse back the data. Why? Because there is no difference. The difference of value only it will store. Getting my point? So that is the reason you see here 1000 debited credited that got reversed entry here. 400 400 minus that is getting reversed back. So this how my data will get flow to the extension version when I release the data from AC doc R to AC doc Q. That means we have understood how standard version data releases, how group currency extension, there is no update, you don't find it. When I do a translation, it fetches the data from B66 standard version and it will translate into SAR and do it. That step we have not yet went. We are just taking the data. So when we are taking the data, you have to observe one more thing. One is we are having a Euro company code, Canada company code, that is CAD and USD. And my version is consolidating in Euro. Okay, wherever the company code currency is Euro, it update a group currency in version as Euro only for those entities, whereas CA and US 55 that will going to come as a blank. Okay, that will going to come as a blank. See here, if I go for the details, this is again the data getting from AC doc Q. You can find in all currencies now. Okay, because it's an integrated entity. Okay, I'm talking of here euro. It update company code currency, transaction currency, group currency, all that. So release of universal journal. If I select here, now I can go and do an update run. Here I'll select. I have to click on release universal journal. It pops up. So do you want to confirm to release universal journal document? Say continue. Now the data will flow to AC doc Q table. Okay, it is updated. I'll go to AC doc Q. What is my version? B66. Execute. See here, you are finding 40024 with one document number. As I told, this will also have a document number when it is updating into AC doc Q. It is updated here. You can see here record type as U, that is released from Universal Journal version B66. Your company code currency in finance, transaction currency, we did it in euro only. Local currency is also euro and our version currency is also euro. So that is the reason in a version, even if I give it as a blank, I have never said in my version to derive from the source. Okay, what I have given in my version, because in B66 I said the group currency source as blank. That is, don't take anything from source. But here my version currency is also euro. My company code currency is also euro. It got updated. Now, if you see FS items, breakdown categories, FS item, document type as 0F, which is released from Universal Journal. Okay, and you will find here a posting level also, which is come as a blank for this. Why posting level? In order to find a different type of transactions, what type of activity it is, we use a posting level also. So this is posting level. So here you can see all these three currencies, chart of accounts, what is your source account number, okay, profit center, function area, controlling area, all this got updated upon release of my data. This is my AC docu table for my standard version. So B67, I'll execute. There is no data we have seen. Okay, which is my group currency extension version that will come because it has to do it in SAR. It will come once I do the translation. That we will understand when we come to translation. You have to remember. Say B68, you can see I've released the data. It has updated two document number 23 and 25. 23 is for an entry directly and 25 is for my reversal. Got it? So this balance out to automatically posted and reversed. So because there is no delta here to capture anything, so it whatever you released, it update and it reversed back. So we have seen the data flowing to AC.Q where we posted an entries in AC.K and we observed that the data is getting flow to AC.Q also. Fine. So now coming back to the next step. What is the next step? Is a data collection. That is for non-integrated entities. We have to place the data into group reporting. So for that purpose, we are going to do the data collection. So data collection step. So before we go to the data collection step, so coming to the data collection part now, see data collection for not for consolidation, this is for consolidation part. So now we have to do the data from universal journal. Sorry, we have released the data from AC.K to AC.Q. Now we have to do the data which we have to update, load from an Excel sheet or the manual update. See, before I go to that, I wanted to show you the document type. Real-time update for defined document type. Real-time update means whatever data flow from AC.K to AC.Q. Here where the configuration, how system will pick 0F only. You would have an asked a question to me. So here you see there is a document type 0F which we have seen. Here you can see document type 0F. This is picked because it is configured here. Posting level is blank. What is posting level? How it is being used? We will understand in detail. What all currencies it does and number ranges. Here where you find the number ranges with respect to your version. If you want to set up a specific number range, you would have asked the question from where the number range, how it is getting picked. Here where the version with respect to that, what is the number range which is being used. Okay. And for that, if you wanted to define your own number range, you can define a number range here. So accordingly, system is making a data to AC.Q table. So this is where a data releasing from this one. Now we have to go for a data collection. Okay. So in the data collection, define methods for uploading the data. See, these are the methods which we have seen when I'm assigning a consolidation unit upload method. These are the ones what we have seen. These are SAP delivered methods. These are the SAP delivered methods where the data is sitting, whether it has to sit in comma delimited or it has to sit in tab delimited, and in this you find what all the value should come here, what all the value should come in data rows. Okay, if you this is the entire remaining fields, what these are the fields available. Okay, so what all the data should flow in data rows is what we are going to put it in into this. For example, value in local currency is there. I wanted to add additional column to here. I can add it here. Say I can, for example, I wanted to move sub item category, whatever is that format is what we are going to design it. So before to coming to this, let's understand how the format behaves. You can see my screen, right? So here you can see this is how the format of data looks, which is comma delimited separator. Okay, so here what all the fields you wanted to keep in. Okay, that is what I was showing in the system. Here what all the fields you wanted to keep it, data rows. Okay, and data rows where you have a ledger, consolidation, chart of account, version, physical year, period, consolidation at FS item, value in local currency. Data which is which you put it in data rows. D means a data rows which you are seeing it here. Okay, so if you see here, if you read, first is periodical. Okay, then update mode. Okay, then a digital separator. Then what are your default versions? Sorry, default global parameters. That means for which ledger, which version, which chart of accounts, which year you are loading the data. Okay, followed by a data rows. This is how your format is been done. Periodical and update mode. Say periodical is what it says import period wise or YTD data. That means every period you are going to do it or you are doing a YTD data is what system will tell in the periodic data. If you see in the periodical input type, okay, if you say if you enter X, the data of the file is interpreted as period data. Here it is blank. Okay, in the input type after periodical input there is a blank, right? If you give it as X there, it interpret as a period data. That means I load January data, February data, March data, April data, May data. That is period wise period is what you are loading is what system interface. The data of the file is written to the period specified in the file with no additional calculation. It will not going to do any calculation because you are doing January, February, March, every month you are loading. Whatever you load, system go and insert the data. One part. If you leave it as a blank, in our case, if we give it as a blank, for example, here it is blank. Okay. The data of the file is interpreted as cumulative. That means it takes as a year to date. That means if I'm loading November, it consider Jan to October. That means because I'm loading already till November I loaded, I'm loading a December data. What system interprets Jan to October data? For example, I'm loading 100 balance. Jan to November, if I've loaded 60, 100 minus 60, 40 will get inserted into current month. On the combination of FS item, cost center, profit center, all that permutation combination, it calculates YTD. That's where if you leave it as a blank, the data of the file is interpreted as cumulative year-to-date data. The system subtracts the cumulative data from the previous period and stores the periodic value. Got it? See, it cannot overwrite it because already you have done a consolidation. So it depends whether it's a period or the YTD data depends on your legacy system, how they provide data. If they agree that I will going to give period data, you can go with X option. If you say we cannot give always, we extract and give YTD balances to you, then you go with a blank where system calculates and interpret period to period wise the data. So this is what in the file format you say it as a periodical. Then update mode. Update mode. See here when you say there are two ways, one and two here also. Enter one. Enter one. What it says, all existing records in the block with respect to ledger, chart of accounts, any of consolidation ledger we are not using now, chart of accounts, version, physical year, period, and consolidation unit. Okay. On this permutation combination, it reset to 0 before loading the new data. That means it will going to reset whatever the data you loaded. It will going to reset to 0 and it will load the data if you maintain it as enter one delete all, where in the second row which you are seeing in the update mode. Okay, is that clear? So if I come back to the second option, enter 2 to overwrite. If you write 2, only uploaded records are written. Any existing records that shares the same item and all the same sub-assignment are overwritten. That means when you load it, it checks in the table for the same combination if data is there. If data is there for the same period, same combination, it will overwrite that data. If it is not there, it will just insert the data. That is what the option 2 does. That avoids your duplication of data. Clear? So whether it is 1 or 2, what option you select and load, system will interpret that way when it is considering the file. Clear? So here this is a file format. Okay. This is a file format as we have understood. Periodical, I'm giving it as a blank. Okay. And update mode as a 2. As usual, the digital separator, your decimal separators as 2 digit. Your header data, that is, this is my sample data which I have to change here the values. I'll change it, and this is my row of data. Okay, what I will do, I'll close this. I'll open because I have to change it. I will open in an Excel. Okay, this is a data I'm putting in an Excel, there in Excel sheet. Let me change here. So my version is B66 and I'm doing it for here. So here my version, I'll change it to U0002 B66. Replace all. Okay, it got replaced here. Okay, physical year, I'll change it again, this to 2023, 2019 to 2023. Okay, yeah, see here. So I'm setting up the physical year as 2023. Period we are consolidating in 12. I'll leave it. My consolidation unit, I'll replace. We have to CA0002 CA66. This is a sample data which I prepared to cover the most of our training scenarios. Okay, based on the experience which I had, what all scenarios I covered, because we cannot post all data from the finance module. Okay, so that is the reason we have added to the extent of the data So here you find all the data. Any doubt in this? Okay, I've put all the data. So these are my different FS item. These are my when I'm loading here, because I'm just loading data directly to AC docu, sub item category, all will not divide. You have to divide in your file. Okay, system will not, because if you release from AC docker to AC docu, it check for your configuration. During upload, we have to give for P&L one, sorry, balance sheet one, P&L two. Sub-item category is where you differentiate. Here I put 900, which is opening balance data, 915, my day-to-day transaction data, because carry forward balances logics also. Carry forward balance means it is mean to say it is a January carry forward balance of 2023 is what my observation. Okay, that is what 900 is opening balance. And partner unit, again in the partner unit also we have to replace. I would have replaced earlier only. Okay, fine. Here partner unit is used for trading partner purpose. US002, US66. Okay. And then TA002. And there is my BP66 SAP entity. Okay. This data is also got replaced. Okay. Wherever partner unit is there, it identifies as a intercompany transactions. Fine. Next, my controlling area remains same because I use the same. Okay, that is where it validate any additional master data is there. Amount in, see, amount in local currency is what only I'm feeding here. Okay, I'm not feeding a group currency, because if a group currency, okay, if I set it in my consolidation unit, if it is as euro as my local currency, this and my version currency is also euro, it will put this value in the group currency column also. Whereas for CA55 and US55, it is Canadian and USD. As is the Canadian and USD, this will not going to put this value, it will give it as a blank, which you will observe when we upload the data. Once I do a translation, group currency column will get updated. If you say, I don't want to do a translation in group reporting module, I will do outside the box or what is there, you can add up a column and load your group currency value also for USD and Canada company codes. Okay. Or if you wanted to do a group reporting system, that is the reason we are loading only local currency. As usual, segment, cost center, partner profit center, chart of accounts, and your GL number. Okay. So this is a data. I will just go and say save as. Here, when I'm saving this as, I will save it as there is a unique code separator, unique code, local files 2. I'll put save, close this local file to, I'll say it as open with notepad. So yes, fine, my data is fine. Fine. So this is my file is ready. Any doubt in this? So once my file is ready, I'll come back here to my data collection step. This is where you are finding data collection step, right? I'll place the cursor. Say for this, everything is enabled. Even SAP data, if you wanted to load anything from external, you can load it. And non-SAP data, non-SAP entities, all is enabled. I'll place a cursor here. Do a test run once, whether any errors are there. I'll select here. And when as soon as because I selected it at group level, you find all the consolidation units here. Okay, if you wanted to load only for one entity, okay, some adjustment, you will select only that and you will do it. Then only that company code will appear. Because as I'm loading at a consolidation group, all entities has been selected. Here you can select the format, what upload method is, and you can give the file name. File is where we are uploading, and I'm saying execute. So I'm doing it in a test run, which gives the log whether any issues are there with my file. So if my file doesn't have any issues, I can just go and load it in upload mode, which will go and insert the data to AC docu table. See here, the data got loaded here. Here, data is successful. Okay. Transaction currency field default. See, break transaction currency field with the default value euro. See, transaction currency also I am given it as a blank. I given only local currency. So as I have given it as local currency, system considered transaction currency cannot go as a blank. It considered the same and it loaded. If you say a different transaction currency has been posted and you did the conversion to company code currency, then you give a separate column. For now, I don't need that, but so I given all that as this one. Then now all you are seeing it as the status as a green. I can close this and go to upload in the real mode. I'll place the cursor here, go for an update run, flexible upload. Here I'll select an option, loading files final. Okay, doing it in update run only, right? Yeah, test run is not there, so update run only. Execute. As soon as I execute, this data will go and sit to my version B66. I'll come back here, give my version B66, execute. Here, the data came and placed here. See the earlier data, this is my universal journal data, and whatever I have loaded, this is the data which is coming with respect to FS item. See, if you see here, you can see the local currency is USD. See, for entities which is having USD as a local currency, Euro is a group currency. If you see here, the value loaded only in the transaction currency and local currency. System has not flowed the data to group currency because the group currency here is Euro. Your data is in USD, which we have to do a translation. Whereas for Euro entities, where I have set it as a this one, Euro, again, I don't need to do any activity. So that is the reason system is making the group currency value also. So here we loaded the data. So the data what we loaded, this is for with respect to a version. If you go and see the extension version, for this there is no data will come to extension version because we are loading specifically. If you find any delta entry, that only you have to load it here. Otherwise, the extension version for upload data, you will not find anything. For your group currency extension version, if you see there is no data as usual because the data is sitting there. I have not done any translation step now. So that is the reason my group currency version also will not have data. So whatever data is there, I have loaded for my main version, which is standard version, which where the system has updated to B66 version. Fine. So this is where a data come. So here we have understood in the configuration, the define methods. Okay. Define task for manual postings. Okay. Here every activity, see whatever you are finding in a data monitor. Okay. These are called as task. Individual activities are called as task. This is a task, this is a task, this is a task. These tasks are identified by a unique ID by the system. These tasks are identified by a unique IDs by system. Say for example, we call 10 manual posting. This is a task. These are the task IDs. Actually, these task IDs will be assigned to your task group. Let me go to the task group. See here, for every activity, whatever we perform, we are having here a task activity. So those task activities are being linked to your task group. Okay, that is what we are trying to see a configuration for here. Here where the task group. See, SAP has delivered a task groups, which is S10, S20, and S21. Okay, S20, 21, this is for consolidation monitor, and this is S10 is for data monitor. Okay, this is SAP delivered task. Okay, this task contains a task. Okay, for our version, what is been assigned, we'll see here. Assign task group to version for B66, U020M and U02CM because we copied from the standard versions, right? That's where these configurations also got assigned. U02DM. U02DM, that is for my U02DM data monitor. I'll go here. You can see these are the tasks. Okay, whatever you are seeing these tasks are having the information here. Is here data collection. This is what data collection 1020, 105, 15, 1030. These are SAP delivered task IDs. Whatever you are finding this one, this is assigned to your version. This contain these following steps. These following steps is what you are seeing it here. Got it? These are the standard tasks IDs delivered by SAP to do a consolidation. If you wanted to have additional task IDs, for example, I wanted to perform one activity. Okay, what is not been available as a part of standard SAP? Something is there. Then you can create your own task also. We'll come to that at later point of time. If anything is required, how you set up and all. So for now, this is how this screen is been designed. This screen is designed with a task group, which is 02M. This 202M contains this following task, and this following task will have a task IDs. So how this is been configured and how we are doing this step. Okay. So if there is no doubt, this is the two step of activity which we have completed. That is release of universal journal and then data collection part, right? So the next step is validation of universal journal. That means what validation of universal journal means whatever release universal journal data is there. Okay, everything is got moved. Okay, any issues with respect to that is what it will going to validate, not with respect to this, not with respect to data collection. Release of universal journal step is validated by validation of universal journal. This step, when I select here and execute, system displays if there is any inconsistencies. Okay, if there is any inconsistencies, it displays that this particular data is not been moved because of there is no mapping is been done where you have assigned, where in the mapping sheet you don't have a mapping, that data got didn't flow because of breakdown category is not there. Any whatever issues are there, that you are going to get it here. Okay, here we don't have any differences. System saying there is nothing. So what I'll do as a step, I'll select here and I'll do a test run. No, sorry, I've did test run only. I'll do a update run. So this is the validation. So this step is also successful for us, where it has validated that whatever data I've got it from my S4 system, that is from AC Docker, it is moved it in. It has been validated. Okay, that is my validation of universal journal. Okay. So once we complete this step, okay, the next step is what is calculation of net income.
Let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. Which master data element allows you to define additional attributes of financial statement items? Option A, breakdown category. Option B, additional characteristics. Option C, mapping FS items to GL accounts. Option D, consolidation monitors activities. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck and type the correct answer in the comment section. Hello everyone. I wanted to provide a brief overview of ZaranTech's training program of SAP Group Reporting. This comprehensive course covers key concepts and tools you need to create consolidated financial statements across multiple companies in an SAP system. Over the past few years, hundreds of professionals have leveraged ZaranTech's SAP Group Reporting course to expand their accounting skills and advance their careers. After completing the training, many have graciously shared their success stories in ZaranTech's testimonial platform. In just few weeks, you can learn how to set up group reports, reconcile transactions between different company branches, convert currencies, combine financial data using the popular SAP software, and this can open doors to new finance job opportunities to or help you deliver more value to your current role. If you're interested in learning more about SAP group reporting with ZaranTech, visit the link below for course details. Getting started now with this training is a smart investment for anyone looking to boost their SAP group reporting expertise.
Now, next part is calculation of net income activity. Now, the calculation of net income. So, calculation of net income is a step where whenever you run the calculation of net income, your revenue and expenses, okay, the balances will go to current year retained earnings account. So, we have done the so in the standard best practice system here, you can see if I go to a configuration here, Fashion SPRO. Here you can see there is a configuration to update my current year retained earnings account. Okay, this is default values. Specify selected FS item for automatic posting. Okay, here we will have S underscore ANF as a role. Okay, here we have not called the FS item, we call the role. Okay, let's see that that role is assigned to which one. How we will check? I'll go and open another tab, go to FS item app. So here if I search FS item role, what is been assigned? We have not assigned FS item. we have assigned in this particular FS item an FS item role S-A-N-BS. So wherever I call this, it will going to pick this particular FS item. That is the purpose of 7 selection attributes. 7 selection attributes in the FS item. Say here, if you see the configuration, we have used S-A-N-BS. That means this is my current year retained earnings account. Okay, 31700. The same way, it should credit or debit a P&L FS item. So P&L FS item is this. So P&L FS item, again, if I search for P&L FS item, it will be 799000. Got it? So based on your credit or debit balance, which will appear for revenue minus expenses, system will debit and or credit this, and it will hit to my current year retained earnings account. Okay, so this is an entry which will post. That means whatever the profit you earned or loss you made, it is moving to a retained earnings account because we are going for a closing. That is a step will happen when I run this particular step. So from this step, from where the FS items are going to pick, these are picked from this particular node. See here, it is picking the same FS item which you have seen 31700 to 7990. Because we are revenue minus expense, we are getting the profit of value. System is moving this value to here. Okay. This is a value in BP66. How this value? We have loaded the entire data in the yesterday session. If you see in AC.Q table for the version B66 sub-item category S2, okay, and consolidation unit as BB66. So if I take what is the value here, any all the values are same. 283625 credit balance. This is your balance. Okay. I have done it in a test run. So the same balance is debited to this account and moving to current year return earnings. I'll place the cursor here and do the update run. So this will going to post an entry, which we will see the entry also. Now it has posted an entry. If I say here refresh, your P&L will become 0. See, now the balance is 0. Okay, system has posted an entry 40024 40024. Okay, where system sorry, not this 40024. This is return earnings, right? So it has posted here entry. You can see here. So this is an entry 100055 280520 debit value. Earlier credit it debited, so the balance is 0. And it has updated the corresponding FS item is a balance sheet. That is the reason we are seeing only the P&L 799000 is what it is posted. So here, in order to show it to you, all the things are been in the same profit center PC4R. Okay. Here see, whenever it does, you have to observe here. It has done based on a your return earnings account also went based on a profit center. Here, if you see 7990, three rows came. Why 3 rows came? If you scroll to right and see, there are profit center level. Okay. If you see at the profit center where I am showing for all these entries, PC4 is a profit center, it came here. Whereas for this PC1, this is the entry. For this PC2, this is the entry. That's how system posted. See here, for this one, this is the entry. This one, this is the entry. Where even when return earning accounts are moving, it is trying to summarize at least by profit center and moving the data to here. Because we don't have any cost center updated in any of the transactions, we have not updated a cost center, we have not loaded. So a profit center object is there. So obviously it takes a profit center and it has loaded. Got it? So this in generic you have to tell here whatever your P&L balances are there, it will credit or debit your P&L account and it move to the current year return earnings account based on the configuration done here. Okay, to which FS item you have to do is the configuration is available here. So for that it will going to move it. Okay. Coming back to the next part. Next step here is validation of reported data. Okay, validation of reported data. That means you got a data, now you calculated everything, you are fine now with the data. This data, whatever you are having, you can do a validation, including your AC doc and AC doc Q. This validation talks of universal general. Just check the universal data, that is AC doc table data came to AC doc Q only. Here you are going to put some formulas based on your requirement. Okay, and you run those formulas and make sure that whether my balances are tallied. Say for example, my current year, for example, the whatever we run retained earnings, right? So the retained earnings is equal to what is the balance is what now current year retained earnings to net income. It should be balanced. For example, or your asset is equal to liability plus owner's equity. This is the basic logics, or if you have any specific logics where this FS item should be greater than this value or whatever it is you wanted to validate, because you cannot go at table level and validate, and business cannot validate. So you can make a formula for that and run this particular step to get the validations. Okay, so that is what is validation for reported data. Let me go back to the presentation. Okay. Say validation key points. What is this validation? This will check a data quality is essential for effective and efficient consolidation. Whatever data you are having, you are checking the quality of it. Validation is run from data monitor and consolidation monitor. This validation can be run both in data monitor as well as in consolidation monitor. So now we are talking data monitor. There are two main type of validation. One is validation of release of universal general data. Okay, validation of release of universal. That means you are validating the data which you are doing the release of universal journal data. Okay, that is validation. Then data validation. Data validation is the one what we are doing. Say earlier, as I said, validation of universal journal is what we have done, and data validation is where you have a three type of validation. One is reported data, standardized data, consolidated data. In data validation, there are three types. One is reported data, standardized data, and consolidated data. That means you do at a different levels if you wanted to do it. One is reported data, means the one what we are doing is reported data. That means whatever data we have taken, reported data, and this will run in company code currency. That is whatever local currency you are having, not company code currency, consolidation unit currency, it will going to happen. Next is standardized data. Standardized data normally you run after your currency translation on group currency value, you run it. Okay. Next, consolidated data. That means once you do a consolidation, you can also put some formulas and run a consolidated data. That is what consolidated data. Okay. That means there are two main types. One is validation of universal journal and the data validation. In data validation, three types: reported, standard, and consolidated. The one what we are doing is reported data. So validation of universal journal data, this is anyhow we have already done. This is only relevant if data collection method for consolidation is read from universal journal. It is possible to correct the submitted data manually using manual journal posting with document type level 0C adjustment for unit. That means whatever data comes from here, if in validation, if you wanted to do, you can do adjustment in group reporting. If there is an error, subsequent tags cannot be blocked in the data. That means even if it is error, you can go and proceed to the next step. Okay. This is again a program validation. There is no configuration for that. That is the reason I didn't explain any configuration. It is a program part which does. Validation of universal journal checks if error exists in universal journal in the form of missing or incorrect sub-assignment for FS item. This also I told us when are we going to get the errors. There is a mismatching in FS item or breakdown category or not done properly. In those cases only. This is the part of your universal journal validation, which you have already completed. Now we are doing a data validation. So in that, what there it is just the data came, whether all mapping is available, all that is what it is going to check. In data validation, whatever data already there in a AC docu, okay, for that we are going to check with some formulas. Like for example, check if asset is equal to liability plus owner equity. This is one of the step. Or check if net annual income is equal to current year retained earnings. That means net income, that whatever we have moved from my P&L to this, but this is, it has been equal. Okay. Then account payable is less than 10% of cash. I'm just telling these are the formulas which you wanted to, which we wanted to validate. Okay. These formulas we have to configure in the system and link that validation method to our task. Upon that we can use it for run and the system will validate it. Clear? See, reported data. Data validation checks local currency value and postings levels 0001 and 0C. That means reported data when we run in the standard, it checks for local currency values and posting level 0001 and 0C. That means I said every document which we post into the system will have a document type, and that document type is connected with a posting level. Okay, that means what type of data is that it identifies. So it is, this is a three type of data which will check when I do a reported data. Okay. Next, standardized data, delta validation checks local currency or group currency and posting level 0001 and 10. That means this will check in local currency or group currency and posting level additionally added here as a 10. Okay, what is posting level? We will understand in detail in the going session. As I said, a document type connected to a posting level. Posting level helps in identifying what type of documents you have posted. Say, for example, in elimination, I can post 20 transactions I may do. But overall, if you have to see what is that, that identify and an elimination, a posting level identify it. Consolidated data validation checks group currency and all posting levels. Consolidation is once you do your consolidation, you wanted to validate, that is check for group currency and it is for all posting levels. Data validation has dedicated log in SAP memory. That means whenever we run, it will have a log created that whether it's successful, error, warning, whatever you want, you can set it for that. Is that clear? Any doubt in this? I'll come to this posting level later. So first now we have to define a validation rule. Okay. In the validation rule, we have to set up the validation rule. Okay. And after setting up the validation rule, we have to make the assignment of this validation rule to validation method. Okay. Once we assign that, then we have to link it to our specific tile and then we have to run the step. Okay. These are the activities which we have to do. Okay. Before I start doing it, if I have to explain, see here, there are SAP delivered validation rules also. These are all SAP delivered, whatever you are seeing here, these few are the SAP delivered. Okay. SAP delivered validation rules. Okay, so if you have to, we will configure one validation rule now. I'll say create rule, a basic rule, I'll say. Okay, compound rule is combining the basic rule. First, you have to set up a basic rule. Upon that, you wanted to do something, that is where the additional rule comes. So B66 VR I'll give as a validation rule. B66 VR is my validation rule. Okay, so again, your data source is group reporting, and which data sets it has to check. Okay, here whether you want a error or warning, what you wanted to set it. Okay, that is what we are going to do it here. Okay, so if you say if you wanted to group by any account number or anything, level 1, level 2, that is the option. Here what I want here is I wanted to make what I am going to make it current year return earnings is equal to FS item. Okay, that is 317000 is equal to this one, where my balance sheet item. Say for example, here I'll say BS. Okay, so of YTD year to date. Okay, okay, amount. Okay, where FS item, financial statement item. Okay, you can use any of this. I'll say it as a value. Okay, what is the value? 317000 double zero. What is that FS item? Then double zero. What is the other FS item? 31700. 31700. 31700. Okay, and I'll add additional criteria where sub item as 915. Where sub item value as 915. See, if you see what I'm trying to validate here is the FS item 31700. This is a FS item where my sub item is 915. It will group this 915, 31700, 31700, my FS item. Okay, and 915 because I need only one. So that is the reason I'm just making this. Okay, I'll say add apparent. Okay, I don't need this. I'll say backspace. Okay, this is an FS item. Now I'll come to the right side. Okay, in right side I'll say my P&L FS item. I'll say here P&L FS item. Okay, again some YTD. Okay, and then add here amount. Okay, and then where again here financial statement item value 799,000. And validate once. 799. This one 99,000. 799,000. Okay. And okay, got it? Is it clear? Okay. So here I'll say P and L. Okay, this is equal to, this should be equal to P and L. Okay, multiply by constant. Where is the constant? You got it? See, balance sheet is this. P and L may have a credit or debit balance. I'm just checking a equality. So that is the reason what I'm trying to do here is balance sheet multiply by value multiply by minus 1.100. Clear? So that is how it will say it as equal. Okay, if it is not equal, it will throw an error message. Here, if you see what is my balance, here it will come my balance as a debit balance. If I say here it is debit balance of 7990, where what is sitting in my retained earnings account as a credit balance. If I take this debit balance and compare with it, obviously it is positive, there it is a negative value. It will not say equal. So that is the reason whatever value it is coming, I'm trying to multiply in my formula by -1 so that the system, whatever credit will become positive, then it will go here. So now I have created a validation rule like this. You can create multiple validation rule. Okay. Once you create a validation rule, what you will do, you will go to your validation method. Okay. And you will going to set up a validation group and then you link all that to your, so you may create multiple validations, right? Like this is the one formula which we have defined like this. First, you have to save and activate this. Otherwise, you cannot use it. Now I'm talking on only the validation of company code currency value. Currency translation, I told there is a separate validation. Okay. There is a separate validation which we do for currency. There is a separate step in the data monitor also I showed. Validation of standardized data. Here where it does by group currency. Okay. Here where it does by group currency. Here it does only based on your company code currency. That is what we have understood earlier also. So now whatever validation we are running for company code currency only. Okay. So here I'll come to validation method. Okay. Here when I come to validation method, I'll click on create method. Okay, validation method. Okay, here I'll say B66 validation method. So here when I create a validation method, here we will have a group. Okay, for example, however you wanted to add a group, you can add the structure. For example, if I have multiple validation rules, I wanted to make it balance sheet separate one group P and then again in balance sheet, I wanted to divide and group. So you can add that many group here. Okay, so for example, I'll say B66 VG, I'll say validation group. Okay. Generally, I'm creating one validation group. Okay, if you wanted to make the group, you can make that many groups. Once you add that group, for that group, you will assign a rule. Okay, here what is the rule we created? B66 something, right? So we'll go and select our validation. B66, yeah, this is the one rule what we created. I'll select here. Okay. For example, if you wanted to group, you can. Why this group is when you run your validation, it groups by this. When it displays, it groups by this. So you can navigate down and check. If you have multiple, you can have a grouping created and do it. Again, activating this. Fine. So now once we have this validation method also, okay, assign validation method here where a task ID. Okay, for task ID we have to assign a validation method. What is this task? Yes, okay, now for 1080 is what the step we are running, right? If I go here, this is 1080 is the step what we are running. Okay, this is a task ID. So in the app we selected 1080 reported data validation. If you wanted to do for others, when we go to the other steps, okay, you select that particular ID. Now I wanted to run for this. This is the one. I'll go to change mode. In the change mode here, I'm going to select click to add. Okay, consolidation unit. So here we have to add all our consolidation. To which consolidation you wanted to run. Whether you wanted to run for all, you can run for all. Or you wanted to do for specific one only, you have to do it. So I'll say my company codes are BB66, SW66, FR66, then CA66, and then US66. These are my entities where I wanted to run. Okay. And which method it has to use. Here where you have to assign a method. The method contains a rule. Now we created a method. We are assigning a method to here. Okay. Rule is not directly linked. Rule we create, we assign to validation method, and validation method is linking to a consolidation unit with respect to a task ID. See here, it is run and it's showing you all the success. Okay. If you wanted to see the log, you can click here on the right button. You can navigate down. Okay. So here you have to select. There is an option success is not been selected default. You select. You can see this is the reason I said you have to create a group. See here validation method under that group, under that this validation run. Say for example another group you created, under that if you have 10 you can have, and it is showing the value. What is why I given a formula? Because it's showing equal. Here my left balance sheet was a credit. Okay. P&L was a debit. So I multiplied by -1. That is the reason it's showing as equal. Otherwise it will show as a positive, right? If it shows as a positive, obviously it says there is a difference, right? So that is the reason I'm making here with this value. So here where if you set a tolerance, you are asking a question, right? If you set a tolerance, if it is within a tolerance, it comes here. What is the tolerance you have added also? If you click on here, you can see what is the formula you have done. We have done a formula. Balance sheet is equal to P&L multiplied by -1. So balance sheet value is this. P&L value is this. Okay. Then you are seeing here. If you want to click on this account details, system will come and show what account it has been fetching. For example, for analysis, if there are errors are there, where it went wrong, you wanted to check. Okay. So that is where you will going to select here. Let's move on to the next part. Validation, I did it in a test run. So as I said, it will not going to post any entry. It is just a validation activity it performs. I'll do it in update run. Okay. Because I did it in test run, the symbols are not been updated. Now it is successful. You can see all got updated. So here, next part is, say once we validated, you find there are some issues are available. Okay. What you can do is you can go and do the manual correction for this. That means there is an Fury is available, or Fury app is available, where you can post directly data to AC.Q. That means it is not required to again post it in AC.R and move to AC.Q. You can directly post it in AC.Q. That is what it says, manual standard postings. Okay. Through this we are going to do it, or we have an app called Post Group Journal. This is also redirect to the same app, or you can go out of this and you can do the manual group journals. So I'll show that now. So in order to do any postings, you should understand few of the things. So that is where we'll understand the posting levels and document type. So whenever we post, see till today, whatever it was posting, it was taking a document type. We have seen at eye level what document types are deriving. Now, when you are doing manual postings also, you need to have the document types available by the system. So as we said, we are going to make postings at different levels. Okay. So the document type identifies the type and source of data. For example, it is a reported data is stored on different document types than elimination. That means every activity what we perform, like in finance, we have a document type. In group reporting also, for everything we have a document type. Document type are used in various consolidation settings, task and report. That means everywhere we use a document type. The system creates a document for all data records in the system. We know that. Document types are off the shelf. You can create your own. That means if you wanted to use something other than SAP delivered, you can use that also. Document types definitely assigned to the number ranges. So in every document type, we have a posting level. What is that posting level identifies? Posting level provides a built-in audit trail. That means that is basically used, say for example, in elimination or in any activity, I may have 10 different document types, but all will have one posting level. That is how we identify for any auditing purpose. If I wanted to see the elimination data, take this posting level. That's how system also differentiated it. The reclassification of journal entries with posting levels serves as an aid to the user for selecting the data. That means whenever you wanted to select also, when you wanted to do reclassify anything, you can use posting level. When you have a if instead of writing 10 document type, you can write one posting level. Postings levels are built into the solution. By specific posting, when you're selecting the data, you can evaluate individual steps of the consolidation process in your consolidation report. That's how you can do your reporting. So here you can see these are the posting levels for a document type. So example, blank data released from AC Docker. We have seen whatever data released from AC Docker, it updated as a blank as a posting level. So that is, let me go back to the system here in the screen, right? So here, if you see the data, whatever released from AC Docker, you can see here this is the AC Docker data. These are the two which came from the AC Docker. Okay, document type 0F. Okay, posting level is blank. Okay, and here data whatever we uploaded, document type it has taken as 00. Okay, posting level is 0000. Okay, whatever we have done, got it. So here the data document type posting level, here 0F is posting level, blank data. That is what we are trying to understand here, right? So blank posting level, adjustment entry for universal document. Say for example, the document flow from an universal and you wanted to do an adjustment. You use a document type and you will have a posting level. Adjustment for reported data. That means whatever data you uploaded, for that you wanted to do an adjustment. Okay. Again, posting level. Again, this is for consolidation group change. Okay. These are the different document type or posting level which is available in SAP, which we use it for different purposes. Okay, we use it for different. Let's go to the system and understand what all the document types are available. The 0F and all we already seen when I am doing my universal journal only. I told how that is getting updated, right? So here you can see different document types for reported financial data, different document for manual posting in data monitor, different document type for reclassification, consolidation group change, manual posting in consolidation matter, reclassification. These are all where a document types option is there where you can do it. Now what we are trying to do here is define document type for reported financial data. That means whatever the document type what system has posted. So for that, we are taking these are the document types. Okay, in this document type, for example, 00 uploaded reported data, manual input, manual correction, annual net income correction. This is what it is posted. Annual net income 05. This is what is posted. Rounding. Okay, external reported data, investment control data. These are the ones. Okay, so if I say here manual input reported data, if I go into this, you find a number range. Okay, and you find a auto reversal and no auto reversal. Okay, no reversal. That means whatever I posted, if I have to reverse on the next day, that is where we set as a auto reversal. And if you select on the document type, any document type, you have this configuration where a posting level is assigned to this. Okay, whether the balance should check, that means debit minus credit balance should check or not, is what it is. No balance check means even if you do a debit 100, credit 50, it allows. If you say balance check, system will going to check the balances, and give the warnings. Okay, business application, online data entry, in which all currencies it allows. Okay, and it is an automatic. Automatic means you cannot post it manually. System will only do the posting to this. Okay, clear. And for this, the associate number ranges, if you wanted to auto reversal, is what we are going to do it here. Define document types for manual postings and data monitor. Say for example, here manual correction for universal journal, manual correction for reported data. Okay, manual input corrections, manuals. For example, this is one of the correction. This is one of the correction. These are the different document types we are going to use it. Here the posting level, if you see, it is 0C. This is the number ranges 01, 02. These are the ones. So here 01 is where we see translate in group currency. This is okay. These are the ones. And then 04, you can see reported deactivated checks, no balance check, online data entry, manual input corrections. Manual standard corrections where you say GW no revenue 10 MJE. This is my standardizing data. Post in local currency and manual. This is the one. So here if I again come back here 18, again it is posting level standardizing entry, error if balance check, other manual. Okay. So here if you see 01, 0C reported data deactivated checks, right? This is okay. Now these are the different document types. So these document types is what we are going to use it when we post it here the journals. Let me come back to the Fury app, post group journals. So this is a Fury app. Okay. Here, click on create. Here, where you will have this one. Okay. So here, say for example, if I select here a document type, okay, I select a document type for manual correction universal journal. Okay. So whenever I select manual correction universal journal, see here what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to do a manual correction for a universal journal that is 01. Okay. So if I say a manual standard currency for local document type, for example, if I have to use this, so every document types serves a specific purposes. Okay, every document type serves a specific purposes. So if I select earlier, if you see, there is an option where you can select the document which you wanted to post it to extended version. When I select this particular document type, okay, that is 11 manual standard local currency, it was not allowing me to do it. Got it. So first let's post an entry to manual correction universal journal. Then we will discuss other point. Here I'll select my consolidation unit. What is my consolidation unit? BB66 only I'll post. 66. Okay. So here we have to give always an FS item. Okay. Always we have to give an FS item. I'll select something for uh, rental income. Okay. So as soon as I select FS item, sub item category, everything will come automatically. Okay. Here I'll say 100 euro. Okay. And I'm going to credit or debit the cash on hand. For example, say debit and credit are identified based on the sign here. There is no posting key concept here, right? If I give it as a minus, system consider it as a this one. So here I'll give 100 and I'll give 100 here. See, this is a manual correction entry which system will going to take it into the system if I post it. Okay. That is manual correction of universal journal entry. I will not post it now. I just wanted to show you some differences. So manual correction of universal journal is whatever the universal journal data which you have released, for that it is showing the value. Now I will use the 02 document type. 10 is the one. I'll select manual correction reported data like this 10, 6, FS item in 4. Say here 100. See here, you have to observe here. As soon as I used earlier document type 01, system has not generated this additional 2 line items. Okay. So when you do any manual journals, you have to be careful that what entry you are performing. According to that, you have to select those particular numbers. Okay. So here coming back to the other document type 01. Okay. The settings also I showed it to you how it will be taken. For example, before to that here the next part is if I have to post it to an extended version. Okay. See here if I have to post it to an extension version. Okay. For example, I'll select here 12. Okay. And if I see whether in the correction I can make it to a extension version, if you search here, you don't find anything. You don't find anything. Okay. If I say universal journal entry or reported data, for example, I select this one, manual correction reported data. Based on the document type selection, what I did, okay. Here, it doesn't find any data because it is a reported data related one. If I say the entry of manual correction universal journal, okay, where you also observe there is a versions which got a version. Say for example, I wanted to post it in an extension version. Okay, I'll select that version. Okay, and I'll give here BB66, and this version stores only the difference of data. Okay, if I don't make a difference, it will not going to post. And you got a column here also, amount to be posted in currency extension version. Can you see here? Amount in group currency version. Okay, I don't want to post here and disturb my data. That is the reason I'm not posting. In real time, I'm telling. For example, you are posting any correction to Universal Journal where you wanted to make an entry to an extension version. Okay, that differences is what it will going to capture here if you post here. Okay, and when I post to a main version and extension version in the same document, system generate, because here it will generate a one number in extension version and in another one it will going to generate another number, right? So for both combining, it will generate one bundle number. It will going to generate one bundle number. That is a unique number which connects both. Okay, whenever you wanted to reverse, you can just reverse on the bundle number, which will going to reverse it back to both. Okay. Say I will not going to post it, but I'll show you the simulation entry. Here, amount in group currency, amount in extension version currency automatically came. So what difference amount I wanted to post? Say for example, I wanted to post 20. Is that value I have to give it to there? Okay. Then I'll say apply. Okay. Then I'll come to my balance sheet. And here I'll select my cash. Here, as usual, you'll have extension version. I'll say 20. So this is how the entry looks for us. Here there is no additional rows got created. If I click on create, it will post an entry. I don't want to get disturb my data because I have to run few more steps. Okay, this is how I'll say create. And if you have posted a document, okay, and if you wanted to reverse it back, there is an option. I'll select here. I'll say reverse. It will go into reverse it. Okay, if you wanted to copy and create, as usual, you have an option to do it. This is what post group journal entries. Even if you use this particular app, okay, even if you use this particular app, okay, you select BB66 and say update run or test run. It opens the particular step only. Here it opened, but where consolidation unit is grayed out. Okay, you see, because you are doing it, the document type also got selected automatically. 11, right? 11 also got selected automatically. Whatever manual postings, whatever system has given, these document types is what only you are viewing it here. You are not using anything wherever the manual ones are available with respect to that particular, only you are viewing it. If you are doing with post group journal, you can select anything, but it is again the same activity part. Okay. So as soon as I did this, you can see here, I clicked it, it becomes successful. You got my point. So again, say for your business user, like I'm just telling both option. You can go and directly do it here also. If you say restrict your business user only to do this mode so that they don't select wrong document types and do the make the posting, you can give access from here only where they have to select and redirect so that they will not select the wrong document type nor they will not select the relevant. So here, if you use a document type and try to post, it should move the balance to a retained earnings account also. So that is the reason we are doing it here. Other part here is a mass upload. Yes, there is an option where you can do a mass upload. That means SAP has given a tool or an Excel format like however you have in finance, also where you can load the JVs. This also there is an option where you have an import journal entries, post group journal entries. You have an import group journal entries where you can go and download the template. Okay, and then you can fill out the template and load it. Download template here again when you download it, whether it's for manual correction, two-sided elimination, group dependent. Now we don't understand what is two-sided elimination, group dependent, manual correction. Say download, close. Okay, so here where you can as I selected this one where whatever the manual journal, so you select entry ID, browse and upload. So hope you are clear. See here, one more thing is it's like here in the document type, we understood document type, posting level, we understood the number range. If you wanted to set auto reversal where we set all that part is one. Till now, we have not come to the situation where we have an auto reversal scenario, right? So we don't have a scenario where we do auto reversal. So that is the reason we didn't went that in detail. We will discuss that other part. And these are the places where you see this and all I have shown when I do my data monitor release itself. I've showed this where it come and updated 0f, how it got updated, where posting level is blank. All this I've showed in the data monitor part only, but I have not gone in detail of the document type because I wanted to explain in this part. So we have covered that. So
Thank you.
after understanding this posting, the group journal entries, you have not asked one question. That is, for example, if I wanted to make a field status, which we are in finance, I can make mandatory, optional, suppress, all that I can make it. How can I do for the fields when I am making an entry in the group reporting? Okay, we have to write a validation and substitution. Through validation and substitution, that is validation only for group journals. It is nothing to do with your GGB0 or GGB1 which you do it in finance. Basically, finance FICO consultant, I'm telling. So we have a separate way we write a validations with a separate app, and then we are going to validate. For example, I wanted to make some transaction. I want a profit center to be a mandatory. For example, I'm just telling. So I have to write a validation rule for that, and I have to make sure that users are keying in the document. Okay, so that's how only I can control it. There is no specific field status set what we do going to do it here. So in order to do that, there is a validation where you can see here defined in the configuration of or manage. Here there is an option called manage validation bar substitution for group reporting. Here you are finding an option. Through this app you can do validation as well as substitution. So we'll do now one validation and one substitution, and we will going to check that. Okay, here where you say create rule. When I say create rule, you get a substitution or a validation. Now I wanted to do a validation. I'll select here a validation rule. Here I wanted to do it for journal entry item. Okay, event is it automatically selected as a journal entry item. I'll say validation rule, say create. So here what I'm trying to do here a validation is whenever I wanted to book for an expense or income FS item, okay, with respect to a specific version, because I have to mention a version. Otherwise, if I don't do a version, it's applicable for all versions. Okay, if you say if you wanted to applicable for all version, you can make it for all version. Otherwise, here I want to make it to my version only. Otherwise, it will get disturbed to your version only. Also, right? Where I'll say profit center should not be an empty. Okay, so for that I'll say here B66 profit center validation. Here the functions I'm going to select here. So here in the field function when I'm selecting, as usual you have here in the financial statement item type, say I want financial statement item means I have to keep giving everything. So I wanted to give financial statement item type. Is that available functions? No. So here if I say financial statement, where I will say here in the financial statement item, okay, what I'm going to say is I'm going to say it as financial transaction type. Here FS item attribute. Financial statement item type equal to, what is that equal to? EXP is for expense. Okay. That is all how I am selecting is, we are selecting specifically what we are selecting, P&L items. So P&L items, FS item is what I am trying to, financial statement item type equal to INC. Okay. So these two, okay, it will give an error. What is a control error warning, whatever you want, error. Okay. Where I say whenever precondition, whenever I do the posting to this, what it has to validate here, where in the, again, if you wanted to, I said that we'll do it for my specific version. So I'll give consolidation version also. Otherwise it will apply, it will keep asking for your version also. So I'll say consolidation version. Here I'll say it is, what is my version? B66. Okay. And I will give here validation as profit center. So I will use the generic profit center, where I'll say it should not be empty. It is not empty. Okay. This is a validation I'm doing. I'll save it and I'm activating it. I activated it. Okay. Now if I go to my post group journals, post group journal entries, create document type, whatever you want, you can select, because it's applicable for all document. If you wanted to restrict to specific document type also, you can restrict to the document type, anything you wanted to do it. Okay. BB66. Here if I go, there is an error. Okay. Here, and this is what one error. If I see here, if I go and cancel that error, here value for profit center does not comply with validation rule BB66 PC. This is what your validation rule BB66 PC, what you are getting here. Fine. Here you have field profit center. I'll select here whatever profit centers I want. Sure. Now, so if I again write another row, for that row also it will validate. You see, for balance sheet I have not written any logic. I written only for P&L. So balance sheet, even if I don't give a profit center, it is not checking. Fine. Got it. So here I have done validation only for a balance sheet, not for P&L. Sorry, only for P&L, not for balance sheet. So I've entered a balance sheet. It is not checking any validation. Fine. So this how, whatever fields you wanted to make it mandatory, you use this validation logic and you are going to make it. Or you can use a substitution logic also and substitute it. If you don't want to make a validation, you can, obviously you can make it a substitution. For example, instead of user key in, instead of that I will make a substitute to do it, you can do it. So how we can do a substitution rule is what we'll understand now. Any doubt in validation? So now we are creating a substitution rule, right? So I'll select here substitution rule. Okay, say create B66 substitution rule. B66 substitution rule. Okay, so your field is segment. Okay, so what I'm trying to do here is I wanted to make, for example, a segment as a validation. Okay, so if segment is a blank, I wanted to take a default a value to that particular one. Simple I'm doing. Again, if you say for specific profit centers, I want for FS item, I wanted to default a profit center. All that it is your logic. Okay, our cost center you wanted to default is all your logic. Okay, whatever you say as a segment, precondition is if segment is empty. Okay, if it is not empty, then I don't want to do it. Okay, if it is an empty, then I'll say my consolidation version as, sorry, version, consolidation version, because I don't want to get affect people who do, again they'll come, they'll disturb my configuration. So I'll do whatever you do for practice, try to restrict to your consolidation version only. In real time, if you say it should applicable for all, you don't need to restrict. Here it is a testing system. Try to keep that consolidation version restriction so that your validation or substitution should not affect to other people's. Fine. So in the target field, I'll say if I've told if it is a blank, then I said here you have to substitute segment, substitute as one value. What is that value? Segments we are having. Okay, I'll make this as a 1. I'll save it, active. Fine. If the segment is blank, it should pull up this. Fine. I'll go here. I'll say create one more entry. And again, I'll select here a document type. I'll go for, obviously first it is validate for my profit center. Okay. I'll give a 100 profit center. Okay. Segment can is here as it is blank already loaded. Getting my point here? Before I said segment blanks. Here there is no logic for deriving a segment. So as it is blank, it is taking up the value. So this is the part of our data which has come till here. Now the last step which is looking or a step left out in data monitor is currency translation. Okay, where we have to translate our for example, now we have in this version we are consolidating in euro, right? So other than euro, we have two company codes, Canada and US, that we have to do a translation and calculate a translation difference. Again, translation difference calculation is a accounting standard logic where we have to calculate by keeping a reference rate. We are going to calculate the translation and do the translation differences and update in the system. Okay, that is where the that means it will convert whatever USD and Canada company codes are there. For that, it will do it. And we have a group currency extension version where it has been having an SAR as a currency, right? So in that case, euro, SAR, everything should get converted into SAR. So we will be configuring translation method and we'll assign to this particular step so that when we run the translation, all data will get converted into USD and update. That is what our translation part is, the one activity left out in data monitor. So I'll be taking up this translation because it is a long time of it takes time to explain the concept. Even if I start in next 20 minutes, we cannot cover up all the topics. Here again, we divided into following parts: historic, non-historic, and P&L. Okay, so historic FS items are the FS items of balance sheet, non-historic are the few FS item of balance sheet, and P&L item. So what generic rule what we apply according to the reporting standards, we apply that and do it. So in your configuration, you may have written, say for example, I say translation difference I'm calculating. Your business may say, I don't need a translation difference, just you convert a value with one rate and close it. Then you just calculate it. As a part of some gap or some report IFRS reporting standard, translation differences we need to calculate by keeping some reference value. What is the change in the currency happening? The translation difference we have to calculate and post it. Next, we have to go to a consolidation monitor. In the consolidation monitor, we have elimination of intercompany. Okay, so once we understand the elimination, then consolidation of investment. Okay, so if I say here, almost we have come to a level of 35 to 40% syllabus is been completed for today. Okay, if I complete normally, I divide it into 50% syllabus, data monitor completion 50%, consolidation monitor and additional plan load. There are few realignment activities, all that I consider as a 50% of the syllabus. So as we have left out with only one note, that is currency translation, I can say we have almost reached 38 to 40% of the syllabus we have completed. Okay, you can go and review back the syllabus. If you find anywhere I have missed out, you can always come back to me. I've done more than what I have proposed in the syllabus. Syllabus S4F95 talks only the restricted things. We have talked more than that. In that, you don't find the extension version, group currency extension version. All that explanations you will not find in the books also. So we have done more than that. So just walk through the previous topics, what we have all done, so that currency translations makes little easier. Otherwise, it will again show as a new screens for you when I went into the topics. Otherwise, I suggest is you go through my videos, make a notes, and then go through the steps. So whatever I have covered the steps, I kept the base of S4F95 only, and then I'm doing it. I may cover additional topics to you and what is not there in that. But the basic thing is, say if you ask me, say for example, if I open the screen, I will explain 50% of the syllabus. For release the universal journal, what is required, I do a configuration, I will bring the data. For data collection, I should have a data in a sheet to upload. I uploaded it. Validate is direct step here. I did it. Calculation of net income based on my data system calculated a P&L, and then it moved to current return earnings, that is net income. Then validation, I created few formulas and assign it to my step, and then I run. Validation got completed. Okay, manual journal, I went to manual entries. I posted few adjustment this and all, and I've done. Upon that, a validation and substitution is dependent on this manual journal, so I did that activity also. So that's what we have done. So I always keep this, you can keep this screen and refer it back. Okay, in order to do this, what all I have to do it in a backend settings. So what I suggest, instead of just following the SAP standard, whatever they said, it is just like they click here, you go and click here. Instead of that, try to understand the concept, and upon that concept, what is required in the backend, you do configuration and do it. And if you follow my videos and if you make a notes with respect to my videos, you can do perfectly fine.
Let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. Which key validation check ensures debit and credit entries balance for each document? Option A, data monitor activities. Option B, posting level by key points. Option C, document types and key points. And option D, validation of universal journal data. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. And remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck, and type the correct answer in the comment section. Hello everyone. I wanted to provide a brief overview of ZaranTech's training program of SAP Group Reporting. This comprehensive course covers key concepts and tools you need to create consolidated financial statements across multiple companies in an SAP system. Over the past few years, hundreds of professionals have leveraged ZaranTech's SAP Group Reporting course to expand their accounting skills and advance their careers. After completing the training, many have graciously shared their success stories in ZaranTech's testimonial platform. In just few weeks, you can learn how to set up group reports, reconcile transaction between different company branches, convert currencies, combine financial data using the popular SAP software, and this can open doors to new finance job opportunities too, or help you deliver more value to your current role. If you're interested in learning more about SAP group reporting with ZaranTech, visit the link below for course details. Getting started now with this training is a smart investment for anyone looking to boost their SAP group reporting expertise.
So the next part of our topic is currency translation. So what is this currency translation? Okay. So we are doing where we are taking data from AC or from any other third party system, basically on the transaction currency and a local currency. The currency in which you wanted to consolidate it, okay, that is the version where we assigned a currency. In that currency, if it is other than your local currency or a company code currency, normally we do translation in group reporting only. So we normally don't take, even if a group currency in a finance is the same currency, we don't take it because obviously the exchange rate used for your day to day and for consolidation always differs in every business. So once we take the data, we run a translation step here and do the translation to the currency in which you wanted to consolidate it. When you are doing it, you also do a translation differences. This translation differences means you will always keep a reference rate as a one rate, and whatever the average close rate in a month, you take that rate. You will be, you mean system will going to calculate based on the reference rate to the rate of closing, or the average rate, what is the difference, what is the conversion it will do, and the difference of that will post as a translation difference. So why we wanted a translation difference? Can't just convert a value based on local currency to a group currency of group reporting and proceed. You can proceed if your business requirement or reporting standard says just I need to translate the value available, you can do that. But few IFRS reporting standards or for gap reporting standards, it says that you have to do a translation difference. The translation difference is nothing but a value which you keep it as a reference, that value with the value of what is the average monthly closing rate, the differences of value, like it will convert in a reference rate and it will convert in the rate what you are maintain average closing rate, and the differences of that will be calculated as a translation differences, and system will post to the post in the AC doc queue with a separate transaction type 980 where you identify it as a translation difference. So this way we are going to do this activity. In order to do this translation, okay, we will be dividing basically the items into a balance sheet and a P&L. There are two things. One is balance sheet and another is P&L. So balance sheet items are, in that we divide into non-historic and historic items. Why are we dividing like this? This is how normally in any process of business or any reporting standards, we are going to divide it. So one is balance sheet and P&L, and in the balance sheet, you are going to divide it as a non-historic and historic. The one what you are seeing in my screen is a non-historic. So what are those non-historic FS items? Non-historic FS item include a cash, inventory, and building FS item. So these are called as a non-historic FS items. CTA difference, that is whatever currency translation, what you are going to do it is posted to original item, but unique with unique CTA transaction type. If a translation is get calculated, if you are calculating in a scenario, for these we post to the same FS item. For example, a translation arised because of a cash or a inventory or a building FS item, it posts to the same FS item, but it uses 980, a separate transaction type uses 980 and do the posting. Exchange rate as usual, OB08 or ticker table where we are going to pick. Obviously, ticker, however you update, whether you do manual or auto, that's all depend on you. SAP S4HANA Finance for Group Reporting Currency Translation is a flexible, adaptable solution. This is again a flexible, that means you one can translate and you can do whatever you want. If there is already a system group value, they can be used in group without any retranslation. As I said, if already a group currency is there in your source system, and if you wanted to take, you can do that. Okay, it is not that you have to do mandatorily, but both options are available. See how system will going to do this calculation. We have a translation key. Whenever you do translation, there is two options. One is translation key 1 and translation key 5. Translation key 1 says cumulative value. Translation key says a periodic value. Okay, so whenever you say, for example, if you take an example, if you do a cumulative translation, how it will happen? Let's understand first. Say here you are seeing the rate 1.5, which is exchange rate, which is 1.55, 1.45, and 1.65 in the 3 months of a specific physical year. Whatever the rate, if you see the first month, 80 into 1.55 is 124. Okay, 80 into 1 is 124. Then again, you have a in the same month, that is your based on the reference rate. I always told the value will go in a reference value. That is a reference value, first one. If you see below, it is a group currency value, whatever the rate you wanted to translate monthly average rate. That is 80 into 1.5. That is equal to 120 is a value. Here it is 124, here it is 120. The translation difference is always the group currency value minus of your reference value. That is 120 minus 124. That is minus 4 is a translation difference. And when I go to a next month, okay, what system will do? System next month you did 30 value as a it may be a dollar, euro, whatever it is you have done. When system is considering here, it will not just take 30, it will take last month, which is the value 80, and the current month transaction 30, that is cumulative 110 into 1.45, that is 159.50. And again, that 110 into 1.4 is 154. So now 154 minus 1.5 is a translation difference. That's how system will do a translation key 1 if we assign it in our configuration. If you assign it as a periodic value, it does by period. You are seeing the same calculation. It does by period 80, 30, 20. So 30 is what you are seeing here. 30 into 1.4, which is then upon that it added a 120 as a value. And that, see, the conversion is not happening. Whatever the last month it has been converted, that value directly takes whatever the rate in the current month will be applicable only for that particular month value. The whatever you have translated or the value updated as a 120, it takes there. The same way here it is whatever is updated in the last month, 114 into 1.45 plus of the value. So this is a value which is system is taking cumulative based on the periodic value. Clear? So the periodic value system takes here. Whenever you do the periodic value, system takes here and it will going to convert it in a transaction currency. In USD, it varies. In USD, for example, my company, assume that $100 you have to you receive. In INR is a company code currency, $80 is there, you reevaluate, you put it as a 80 and you reevaluate it. Okay. And updated your company code currency just for revaluation purpose in the month end to see the balance. But when you invoice is posted at 100, what was the rate? It is already updated a company code currency. That is a company code currency value. On that we are doing the conversion to translation. Okay, here we are not doing. There is a difference between a revaluation and translation. When you post an $100 or $100, 100 into 80 is 8,000 updated as an NR. And if I have to convert back into euro in my group reporting for that 8,000, I am doing it. In finance, what I do for 800, whatever I have to pay or 8,000, system will think, okay, whether what is my valuation. Upon that, it will take in the month end. If I pay a balance today or if I receive a balance, that is unrealized gain and profit. Here there is nothing unrealized. 8,000 was a value that is got converted. Is it clear? INR, euro. This is my group currency. This is my company code currency. This is my USD. I am saying $100 I did the invoice for a customer. Assume that on the time of payment 80 is a conversion rate. I am meeting 8,000. For this 8,000, I am converting back to euro. It may be 110 euro, for example. I am converting it to euro. This is translation. In the month end, I do revaluation in finance module, which may come to you 8,100. That is nothing to do with me. It is a value which has been done the exchange rate gain and loss. This is an unrealized profit gain. That is the reason it is getting reversed. This translation, whatever I have done, this is not will going to reverse. This is already 8,000 is a fixed value. Whatever your exchange rate gain and loss, 8,000 based on the invoice part. When you do a realized profit, for example, for $100 to pay, you would have paid 8,200 rupees. Okay. This is your 200 rupees is your exchange rate gain and loss. 200 rupees is your exchange rate gain and loss. That system, what it will post, system will be posting 200 as a separate exchange gain and loss account. So when I actually paid, I took this both value and I'll translate here. I'll translate here upon the value available here. For example, I'll translate like this. Okay. So this value, why it will reverse? It will not reverse. Got it? So now the first part is we have to next part is a currency translation for historic and income related. Say now we have done, now we have understood the non-historic. So in the system, we have to create a translation method. Okay. Once we create a translation method, we have to assign the translation method to our company code, to our consolidation units, not company codes, consolidation units. And you run a translation step, system will going to convert it. Now, then we will come and understand historical income. Historical income means this is investment, equity, and goodwill. We will come to this later. First, we log into system and configure this. Fine. To create a currency translation method, I'll go here. So here, as usual, translation ratios, whatever you have to maintain. For example, however we maintain, if you have any currencies, we can maintain it. Maintain exchange rates. Okay. Now we will go and maintain it. We will come to this before we run and maintain exchange rate. Now we will go and create a translation method directly. We will go and create a translation method directly. Okay. So I went to into the system. So here, this is a currency translation method. I'll go to new entries. Okay. Here, I'll give the translation method B66 currency translation method. Okay. B66 currency translation. And here I told there should be a reference exchange rate indicator. Okay. A exchange rate indicator, I said there should be a reference value on that system will do the calculation. Reference exchange indicator is I'll consider it as a C. Okay. So I consider it as a C as a reference indicator. Okay. And this is a reference. That means if you refer it back to do a translation, I should have a reference exchange rate indicator. If you say you don't want to do a translation, if you don't want to do a translation difference, then reference exchange indicator is not required. We have to do a translation difference calculation. That is the reason I am assigning here reference exchange rate indicator. I'll go to method bar entries. I'll go to new entries. I'll say sequence number 10. Okay. Here I'll say selection. Okay. As usual, we have a selection IDs with CT, SI-CT. These are the ones. Say here I'll say SI-CT- BS-CLO. Again, whenever we do this, here it will be divided into two aspects. One is opening balance, one is movement. Opening balance means I am doing first time a translation in the system. Okay, that means my opening balance activity. Opening balance means activity means what? 900. That is whatever carry forward transaction from the last financial year. So for that, there will be one rule, that is CLO opening. Getting my point? S-CT-BS-CLO-OPE, that is opening balance. Clear? In that, we have an exchange rate indicator. What exchange rate indicator I'll use? Because it is a opening balances of last financial year, I'll say prior year. It has to take the rate of exchange rate as of last year because it is the opening balance. I'm doing a translation now where this closing rate of the last financial year it has to use. So that is the reason I'm giving prior year end. And this I wanted to do based on cumulative because this is 900. 900 always because I have done 2 years, 3 years carry forward balances. If I have multiple data, so I am telling it as a cumulative. And here I have to say to which item it has to debit and credit. I am not assigning anything. That is the reason system considered it as to use same transaction type. Sub-item category, sub-item category. Okay. Sub-item category, as usual, I'll say 1. Okay. And sub-item, I'll say it as 980 because it is a currency translation indicator. So as usual, define selections. See here, I was showing you in the screen where I'm doing a define selection. Whatever the selection ID I'm using here in my configuration, that is a safe and CTF and open balance. The same selection ID in that it says SF and CTF and these are the FS item where it is posted with the 900 as a opening balance. So if I take this FS item and see here, okay, SI fund, CTI fund, BS-CLO, S-CT-BS-CLO. See, these are the FS item. Okay, in these FS item, I told what are the building account, cash related account. Okay, all these receivable building, these are the set of FS item I grouped as non-historic FS item that is having a opening balance as 900 transactions only will be selected during the translation of this particular step. Okay, and it will convert by this rate. Okay, because it is a 900 opening balance of the last financial year, it is prior year rate is where I'm converting it. Okay, translation key I'm keeping it as 1. Okay, and I'm doing 980. 980 means the value what it is been there. So here this our system does now the calculation. It check with the reference rate and it does the translation difference. This is selection ID provided because we are using a best practice and we have used a FS item. In that FS items, in this set of FS items, when we load our FS item, we have loaded a currency translation selection. There is a column, 7 selection attributes are there. Out of this, currency translation is one of the selection attribute. In that attribute, this is an attribute given in all set of non-historic FS item. So if you create your own FS items also, you have to divide whether it is a non-historic or historic. Okay, non-historic means I have one selection ID. I have to use that. If it is a historic, I have to use another FS ID. You are getting my point. And in that, you have to say a 900 or 915 because I do translation in two different ways. So that is where the selection ID is created this, and in that the FS item are used, and in that opening balance have been selected. This is a best practice system. We copied the currency translation also. If you are creating a new or if you're using different, you have to do all the settings, whatever I said. Fine. I did it for opening balance. The next activities I have to do it for day-to-day transaction. So in the day-to-day transaction, the same the selection ID will be with 915. S-CL-BS-CLO opening balances is done. Movements. This is the movement. So movement means what it will understand. System will understand it as here the same instead of opening. If I tape it as MOV, you can see this come as a 915 and other transactions. Here, here, what are the transaction? Exclusive 900, 901, 980. Other than exclusion of this, take all the FS item. That is what it is trying to say here. So here when we do, because it is a periodic one what we are doing. So here where we use exchange rate type as usual, the exchange rate type as closing rate, sorry, exchange rate as average rate, which is my A, because C is my reference rate, right? So here translation key I will use a periodic rate. Say earlier I used 5 because it is a carry forwarded balances. Now periodic value whatever is there I wanted to use that. That is the reason translation key as 1. Okay. Now if I come here as usual, my what FS item it has to debit. So it has to debit and credit the same FS item, sub item category as 1 and it has 980. Whether it come a debit or a credit balances, it has to use the same source. So that is the reason in debit and credit, if I give it as a blank, system considers the same FS item which has been triggered should be posted. Okay, I'll save it here. So this is the translation method we have created. This translation method for now we will assign it. Before we assign it, you have to come and validate it whether your translation methods are correct or wrong. Any issues are there. Okay, you have to select here. System checks that. Check. No errors found. I'm activating it. Save. Data saved. So here in the method entries, we configured the 2 steps. We have activated it. Where you have to validate and then activate. Okay. If you don't do that, you cannot use it. Okay. Until and is active, you cannot use it. I'll come back to my consolidation units and assign this to my consolidation unit. Here where I'll say, I'll come back to consolidation unit. I'll have to go and do the consolidation unit. Here, my consolidation unit, what consolidation units I wanted to run the translation? I have to run for CAD and USD, because other threes are in euro already updated. I don't want to run, for example. So now I will go and select my consolidation units. Here my consolidation units are CA 66, CA 66. Here I'll go. Okay. I will. Okay. I'll go for edit, and then I'll assign a translation method here. The translation method we created B66 CM. B66 CM. Okay. Then I'll save and save. I wanted to assign the currency translation method CA6 B66 CM. Okay. I selected and save. Fine. Next, I'll go to US 66. US 66 translation method. So here B66 CM currency translation method 2 we have done. And these are the ones which I wanted to do it. There is one more thing, okay, which I wanted to show. See here, if you see here, I have not assigned exchange rate type. I assign exchange rate indicators. Okay, how exchange rate types are considered? This is what you do here. Exchange rate indicators. Okay, here C means it uses an exchange rate type. Okay, whatever the exchange rate type is been available here. Okay, so here I'm going define exchange rate indicator. Okay, here when I'm selecting here C exchange rate type assignment. Okay, here you have a version. What is this version? B66 exchange rate B66. You are getting my point. You have a main version. This is my special version. This special version B66 is connected with this B66. You can see here the naming is exchange rate B66. Here, for example, for one version I wanted to translate in one way, in one rate. Another version I wanted to do it in another way. Is what you do you do a special, like for example, B67 is there, or my currency translation B67 is there. I wanted to do a translation in a different way. Okay, I can go and change, or I have another version as a standard version where I have all settings, but I wanted to do a different way the translation. In that case, I can have a different exchange rate type version assigned to that main version. Okay. Here, if I go here, start here. Hope you understood everyone. What does that mean? So here 223 period effective, I'll say 001 exchange rate type, which I wanted to use. I say CLO. Here where I say this is a rate indicator. Which one it has to use is what I'm defining here. Exchange rate indicator CLO. The same way we have an average rate, right? A. The two rates what we have used. So A is an average rate. I'll go back here. New entries. Again 2023 period 01 exchange rate type as AVG. Clear? Now coming back, now we have to maintain an exchange rate. Okay. So let's go and maintain exchange rate. Maintain exchange rate. Okay. I'll go to new entries. I'll say, see, I have to maintain rates like this. Okay, CLO. Okay, what I'll do, I have to maintain in CLO USD to, sorry, CLO USD to last financial year. CLO USD to euro, right? CLO USD to euro. 1 USD is equal to 0.934304 for the last fiscal year, because opening balance to translate. Okay. For current year, the available rate on 39 is 2023. Okay. If you want, we will copy this and change it to 31.12.2023. Okay. This rate. I'll increase to, for example, 0.98. CLO is fine. So this is the one, and this is the one which system uses. Okay. CLO rate. This is last year rate, and this is this is my closing rate is always my reference rate. It uses this, and to do my opening balance translation, it uses this. Okay, and coming the same way, I have to check for CAD to USD. The same CLO from currency CAD to Euro, not USD, CAD to Euro. Okay. Again, if you come CAD to Euro, 3112, I'll retain the same. For example, this one, if you wanted to get updated as of current date, I'll just change it to 31/12/2023, and we'll use, for example, 0.77000. Fine. That is for CLO. And then coming back to a average rate to convert my day-to-day movements, right? So again, I'll say USD to Euro. So 39 0.99 is there. I can retain the same rate also. I don't want to change it. I will retain the same. Okay, you can retain the same. I'll retain for this the same. Okay. What is available recent rate, as we have know all, that will be considered. So again, AVG from currency CAD to Euro. So 13 31 12 20 30. It is a value available 0.73. Okay. I'll copy it to, sorry, CAD to Euro, right? So CAD to Euro. CAD to Euro. I'll copy this. I'll put it as same. So the exchange rates are available, right? Now we will go back here, go back to, as usual, to data monitor, and go to data monitor. This is again my version. Currency translation. I'll do test run to show how calculations happens. Oh, sorry. We assigned in a wrong version. Okay, because the version I changed earlier, it was in the different version. So that is the reason. You got my point. Okay. So what I'll do, I'll go back to, you got my point. What was the issue? Because this is a version dependent. Okay. This is a version dependent. Some it was with something ABC version earlier. So now you can see this is still ABC version. I have here now it is a B66 version. So I have to assign with respect to B66 version here. Got it? This is version dependent configuration. Again, this is one of the learning for all of you. So because I've already told during my session of whenever I assign not B66 because it is Euro, I'll say CA66. So this is version dependent configuration. Okay, translation method also you can use a different from version to version. So here what I'm doing it for B66. If you see B66, it is showing, it will be showing it as blank. Okay, because the translation method for B66 it was not there. Got it? I'll come back, say C US 66. S66 again edit. Here I'll say currency translation method. Fine. I assign to both. I'll close this. I select here currency translation method. I'll say test run. See, now the value came. So in order to explain to you, I'll just extract this because I'm doing it in a test run. I'll extract whatever the columns you want. I will extract into an Excel sheet. Okay. If you want, we will put whatever the dimensions you want. Okay. We can extract this to Excel sheet. Fine. So here to explain to you, I'll take US CA56 or one entity I'll take. CA66 I'll take. I will take again one FS item. Okay. If you see here, this is the value, whatever is the value is, this is a 2229 is a value. Okay. System will going to, this is again a opening balance. You're seeing it as a opening balance. So opening balances in which rate it will translate according to our logic. CLO USD, sorry, CAD to euro, right? CAD to euro, last financial year rate is 0.65. That is my reference rate. Okay, system using here, for example, this is my rate. If you wanted to show me the calculation, this multiply by this is a reference rate value. Okay, this is the reference rate value which system has converted it. Okay, what is my daily this rate? This is 31,12,23 0.70. What I'll do, I'll again say this is equal to this multiply by 0.70. This is 1544990. All right. So here you are getting my point. This is my, for example, last year financial rate is the rate which I'm using 0.6 for 3112, which it has to use it. Okay. My reference rate, this is the rate which it has to do it. Okay. And then the other rate is 0.70. 0.70 is my closing rate. Okay, that is a closing rate which I'm using it as a reference, right? If you see back my configuration, see the first step is this is my reference rate. Which one? B66. This is my reference closing rate. What is as of today closing rate? 0.70. This is my reference rate. Upon that 15449 is get calculated, multiply by 0.7. Now again this multiply by the value. Which value? This is the second value what I maintain in the methods, which is my closing rate. Okay, this closing rate is what the current, and this one, this is the why it is a prior year end rate. So what is the prior year end rate here for 31/12/2022? 0.65. That is the rate it is getting translated as my group currency value. This is the value. This is the value which I put a formula for 0.65. So this always I said the value this minus this is your translation difference. So what is the translation difference? So your reference value is equal to this minus this 110006 is a translation difference value. Clear? Any doubt in this? This is how it is calculating. The same way for the current month. For the current this one. Current month it uses CLO 0. What is the reference rate to that? And what is this rate? So this is 3112 as usual 70, which is my reference. And it uses AVG CAT to euro. What is the rate? 0.73. 0.73 is a value which is converted and place the value here. And this is my reference value. Okay. System does a translation difference. That is 54.720. Clear? Then my as usual, my this rate is remains same. What is the rate? Reference rate remains same. That is 0.65. I said not 0.6 something. So that is this value. Okay. So again, this minus this is your translation difference. The same is for USD part also. Okay. So we have done it in a test run. I will not run it in real run now. Why I will not run it in a real run? Hmm? Because I have still other activities to do. I don't want to disturb multiple times to run. So what I'll do, I'll just go and complete the other part. What is the other part? The other parts are my income related FS items and balance sheet with historic movements. Right? There are two more topic is pending. There are two more configurations are coming, which is historic and income related FS item. So historic items includes your investments, equity, goodwill. These are the FS items are considered when I say it as a historic. Income related items includes current year retained earnings and profit and loss FS item. That means all your P&L related along with your current year retained earnings account is what income related FS item which contains. CTA for historic and income related is post to a CTA FS item with a unique transaction type. Say now the transaction type what we have used in a non-historic is whatever the FS items which we have a difference in the same. But for this one, we are going to use a separate FS item. Why separate FS item? Again, it is as per the report. So a reporting standard. If they say we wanted to use for this one also the same, you can just give it as a blank so it posts. Otherwise, if you wanted to post separately the CTA difference, it go to a separate FS item. Okay. So what I'll do now, I will go and do this two-step of configuration also. Fine. In the sequence step 30, again I do a selection of CT-BS- historic. There is an FS item delivered BS-historic. Historic. So again, in the historic also, we have two things. That is your investment equity. What is because it's a balance sheet. So it will have opening as well as this one. Say because it is an investment FS item, we don't do the translation difference. Okay. We don't do the translation differences. So that is the reason I am giving here the translation key as 6, no retranslation of existing group currency. Okay, not required. Whatever the rate is been maintained as a part of reference, system will go and update the value. So I don't want to do a translation differences to calculate for this because it's a investments. These FS items, I don't do the translation difference. I don't keep calculating because my investments, these are all my investments values. So I'm keeping it as 6 for this where the translation is not required. Now I'll go to the next step 040. Here next step is my again historic opening balances. That is investment, anything I did it in the current year, any other activity. So here for this, I need to have the translation to be calculated. I'll say as usual average rate and periodic translation. And here I will select an specific FS item. Which FS item to post? I will select here as usual the FS item to post. One second, ARCT contains no item. Sorry, selection is not this one. So I selected S underscore I1 underscore. When I make the cursor, it historic balance sheet. Historic movement. Here FS item, what I will do, I will write directly the FS item or you can give the role. Okay, I'll write directly the FS items. Whether it's a debit balance or a credit balance, it has to post to this FS item, sub item category as 1 and 980 as my transaction type. Clear? I'm using as usual average rate. How I did my other balance sheet the same way. Transaction key with this one as a period. and I have done this entry 3148002 to 31480. Fine. I'll save this. So with this, I have completed my balance sheet part. Now I have to do it for my two things. One is current year retained earnings account, which is the part of my balance sheet where I am doing translation differently, and P&L. So I'll go to the sequence step 50. So we have a selection again, SI fund, CTI fund. CT means these are all FS items available for us as a part of this one. CTI fund, ANI fund. This is the one which is current year retained earnings account. I'll say this as usual an average rate. Okay. And this as my Y as FS item. Here I see here for this I can give the role. What is the role? I'll give SI fund, CTI fund, diff copy, give the both. Okay. As usual, I'll give a transaction type as 980 as a sub item. Okay. If you wanted to see this selection ID, what is the FS item? SI fund, CTI fund, ANI. This is the one. This is having AF and balance sheet net income. Okay, these are the two selection attributes. So here if I come, currency translation selection, go 31700000. Here we are telling to post an FS item where we maintain it as item rule as SIF and CTIF and difference. That is item rule. I'll come to that. The another FS item 31700 and 7900. 7900 is where we have credited and debited the CSIF and CTF and NCIF and this one. This is your EPU if you are using this scenario, net income part and EPU. Okay, if you are using that scenario. So those FS items, here we are not using these FS items. Okay, so these are the two set of balance sheet FS items divided. Now, if I come back to, I just wanted to show you CTF and difference, where it has to post the FS item, which is assigned with item row CTF and difference 314800. Earlier, I've given the same. Now I'm so both the cases the same FS item. Okay. Either you give a role or you give directly FS item. Okay. I'll save this also. I'll go to next. Again, sequence number 60. So here again I have to select SIF and CTIF and SIF and CTIF and PLIF and AVG. Exchange rate indicator A, translation key 5. Okay, so here I'll say item role SI fund. I'll use the same. Okay, I'll use sub item category 980. 980. Any doubt in this? I'll save it. Okay, so this closes my configuration where if you see I have first two items balance sheet, which is opening and movement for non-historic. The next two is for historic in a balance sheet. The next one is for current year retained earnings account. Okay, and the fourth one is completely for my P&L. Okay, so now I have done my FS item part. Now already I have assigned the currencies also. Sorry, I have exchange rate indicator. So translation method to your consolidation unit. Okay, I'll have to just activate here because I have changed it. It again checks for the inconsistency. Check here. It's unsuccessful. Then I will say it as active and save. Fine. So now this is fine. Now I can go and do the translation for the entire company code. I'll select here, do custom. So if I go now, again, I'll extract this to an Excel sheet. If you wanted to do, I'll just write anything P&L to show it back to you. Now I'll try to show it in US 66 company code. Okay, consolidation translation method. P&L, which P&L course is yeah. 4 I'll say I'll use this. Okay. So P&L direct, because if you see here, the again the local currency value, okay, and the exchange rate and this one. So here, if I say the P&L exchange rate type as phi, which is added it from USD, right? So if I go here, what is my reference rate? CLO USD to euro. Okay, 3112 0.98. If I see here, this is my this value, this is equal to this multiplied by multiplied by 0.98. This is my reference amount. Okay. Next, CLO is done. AVG USD to euro. Okay. 0.99. That is what the value you are finding here. 0.92. This one is. So if you calculate, as usual, you will find the translation difference is minus of this. Got it? Any doubt in this? And this translation difference, if you see here, it is posting to a separate FS item 3148,000. 3148,000. Clear? Whenever you run a translation, when you do a monthly, okay. So this month, whatever transaction happened, what is the transaction happened in the current month? 30, right? 30 is my transaction of the current month. 30 multiplied by a value, okay, that value, okay, and when with that value, whatever it is there, that value plus whatever you already done a translation in the previous month, that value, okay, that is 120. That is 162 minus of 159. 159, how it came? Last month add a value that that is the last month value plus 80 plus 31 110. 110 into 1.45, when it is exchange rate getting calculated on the reference value, it is 159. 162 minus of 159 is my 2.50. So the current month, whatever you have done, that that multiply by the current month rate plus whatever you already done in the last month. That is my reference. That is already posted as a value in the last month. 80 into 1.5. If I started from January, January is having 80 transaction and February is having 30 transaction. 80 translated in January with a value and storing it in a GC, and when it come to the next month, 30 is what the value posted. That 30 into what is our rate available for that, plus what is been translated in the previous month, that is 120 is translated in previous month, that value. So that is my 162. 162 minus of value what is in a reference. That difference is my translation difference. So next I see here we are understanding only on the standard version. What will happen for my extension versions? That is, extension version, you always know if there's a delta, then only it will post. Or if you wanted to translate in a different way for your extension version, different ones, and delta wanted to put, if you have that complex scenario, you do that. Otherwise, now group currency extension version, that is my SAR. Okay, that also will get translated along with this. Okay, that also will get translated along with this. If you see here, if I have to see the log of that, how will I do is I'll go right click, last log. Okay, I want see here whenever I see the log, I used to see the log of standard version only. Okay, now I wanted to see the log of group currency extension version. Here I came. Here you can see the versions what all it has been done. B66, 67, 68. If you say 67, if I click on this, okay, it will it will throw one error. What is that error? We'll see. Here system is translating the message here. No translation is assigned for BBFR SW66. Why? Because earlier in my standard version, it does nothing to translate from euro to euro. That is the reason I am not assigned. Whereas the same translation method I am using, okay, because my exchange rate part remains the same special version. So that euro should get converted into SAR. That is not happening. Okay, as because translation methods are not been assigned in this consolidation unit. If I assign a consolidation unit based on the value available from euro to SAR, the same way reference rate and your currency this rate, and it automatically get converted and updated. So I don't need to put any additional effort to do my consolidation in SAR part because the data source for everything is same. It translated to euro also and it is translating into SAR also. I can just straight away go for my other activities. So that is an advantages of using a group currency extension version. Otherwise, if you create another standard version as a SAR, whatever we have done till now, releasing data to year, you have to do everything. Got my point? So here we just need to assign that and do the test and check the log of that also, SAR also. Upon that, finally, I'll run an update run. Got it? So where it update to my main version as well as my extension version. Already in the Fury, there is an I have told you, like if you can go to, this is a standard way how you access Fury. If you don't have link, you will go and type /n/ua2 /FLP. For example, that's why if you type also it will come. Otherwise, you can just there is a Chrome Fury Launchpad. If you click on that, it will open up a Fury. That's how I'm doing it, right? Every time when I log in, you guys are seeing that wow, I'm logging. Let me share my screen. Here in your remote desktop, there is a Fury Launchpad. If you click, it automatically opens up a link for you. Still, if you don't have, then you can just, it will have 99% every remote desktop is having Fury Launchpad. If you open that, it will open up directly the Fury link. Okay. Is that clear to all? Fine. Let's come back to the discussions what we were. So we were talking on the currency translation for my group currency part. So here we have seen the version B67, which is group currency, which is in SAR. Okay. So for these, we didn't add the translation method assigned to my entities. So to my consolidation unit, let's go and assign in my consolidation unit for my euro entities. So my consolidation unit is BB66. They go. Edit. Here, as usual, I'm assigning translation method B66M, and as usual, this is version dependent. Okay. So here, if you see, B along with this, these are the versions are getting affected because this is used as a reference here. So this is the version which is getting affected. Okay. So if you're getting my point. Say if you're getting my point. If you wanted to use a different translation method, you cannot here you cannot search the directly B67. You can sorry the version here you cannot search B67. Why you cannot search B67? See here, if I even if I search here, I search for B67. If I go for BB66 part, okay, here B67 version, other affected version, 3 versions. So whatever you do, it got affected to all. So that is the reason. Okay, if you wanted to do normally the translation method, we keep the same. If you wanted to do any other rate, I wanted to use it. I don't want to use average rate for this. For example, any of currency difference, but I wanted to use a different exchange rate indicator. What you will do, you will make a special version for this and assign it in your main standard version, a special version if you wanted to do anything else. Otherwise, the translation method remains same. So I will go back to B66. I'll go here as usual. B66, BB is done. So now other consolidation units are FR. And the other is SW66. Any doubt in this? So I have assigned all the three. Now I'll go back to here. Currency translation. Say test run. Here you can see this is done, which is for B66. If I have to see the log for last log always shows the current status of the log. So whatever we did earlier, it will go because it is a test run. So here B67, 66, 67. So here 67, I'll double click. You can see the log for B67. Okay. Here now if you see, these are all got converted to SAR. Can you see it? If you see again here, the rate already there are some rates are available. Okay, so upon that we have not maintained a specific rate. Already the rates are available. For example, if you say AVG euro to SAR, okay, average, there is some rate available which is euro to SAR 0.275. Okay, if I go and open here item 2, enable editing. Here if I go B66, BB66 only will see here. You can see here the exchange rate has been used. Okay. For example, here the exchange rate you are seeing it has been used. You have a GC as well as the reference amount and translation difference are getting calculated. Again, the rates are taken accordingly. Say for example, here I am searching for AVG. Let's search for CLO USD, sorry, Euro to SAR. Euro to SAR it is 39 2023 0.25 is there. Last year is 0.25 0.24. So here you can see 0.24, which is the value which is getting converted. 0.24 is the value. The reference rate is 0.25. Okay, the reference rate is 0.25. This equals multiply by 0.25. So here 9506, okay, which is my reference rate. That is what, sorry, which is my CLO 39 2023 reference rate. This is what you are seeing 0. The same way you will have this one based on this rate, which is 0.25, which is you are seeing here 0.25. That difference. The same way, whatever the configuration we have done, it is updating in SAR currency also, right? This is for SAR currency part. Fine. Any doubt in this? Now I will go undo. I'll close this all these Excel sheets. I'll go and do an update run. So upon doing an update run, it update into AC docu table. Till now, there is no entry in AC docu. Okay. I will go, no entry in the sense, no translation entry. I'll go and update run. Okay. Now let's go to the table analysis part. So here my version is B66, right? So if I execute the data, you can see for CA66, right? CA66, see here, the values, what you are seeing for CA66 is here, earlier loaded data, group currency. Now, system will not going to translate in the same row, okay? Because system cannot identify that. You will have a separate rows created, updated. You can see here, right? CA66 or whatever is the entities we are seeing, US66 group currency. Here, no, there will not be anything translated value. Okay, let's do an analysis for one, how system will post an entry for one of the value, one of the activity. How we'll do, I'll select CA66 only and do the analysis. CA66, I'll take only the FS item, this FS item. Okay, to show it to you how system will do the translation. How system will make the posting is what you have to understand, right? So here, okay. Can you see here? These are my two transactional data which is uploaded into the system. Agree? These are the two system which got updated. Agree? Now you are finding here 900 as two items. 900 as two FS item. Okay. And 980 as your translation difference. Okay. How system will do the calculation? Say 900, which is there, whatever is their value. Let's take the report also, whatever it is finally calculated for your understanding. $66. Okay. So here, this is a value which is 2022 199. Here 2022, which is my opening balance. This is my day-to-day transaction, right? So system as then you can see here 4 and 1. Okay, 4 and 1. What is 4? 4 means always it is a difference value of GC rate to, that is a GC rate, difference in value GC rate to reference rate value. Okay, and what is 1? Difference between GC value and GC value at reference rate. Okay, so system, sorry, this is a 4 I'm saying. Group currency value at reference rate item. You can see a different group currency at a reference rate value, that is 4. Okay, and the other row come as 1, difference between GC value and GC value at reference rate. This is what system will post. System will make an entry with a reference rate. See here 4, it get converted into 155490. That is a reference rate value. Okay, and reference rate got converted. This reference rate minus of this value, okay, this is 1100100106, which is my, see what is my value, converted value, this one, right? So what system will do, this, see, test to post translation difference, right? This is equal to this minus this minus 11006. See, system, this value, what you are seeing, how system converts it convert into a reference value. Okay, it will convert into a GC value in the background, and whatever the GC value, whatever it has been calculated, which you are seeing here, that minus of this, okay, which is my value which is posted here. Okay, and you're getting my point. That is how it is converted. Then for this one also, it does the same way, where it is a 4 1260 1260. It has been done. Then after doing 1260, again this one, again GC value, this is equal to this minus of this, which is 54.720. That is what here you are seeing, minus 54.720. Okay. Then system adds both of this. Okay. System adds both of this. This is equal to this plus this. When system adds both of this is negative of this. This is what here it is finding as a translation difference. Getting my point? Or this is one way of interpreting here. You got my point? Everybody got my point. Our system is putting into a different rows. These two rows, this is converted into a reference value. In the backend system converted into a group currency value and it put. So if you say what is my group currency value? This minus this. This minus this is my group currency value. What is the value system translated? This minus this. What is that value? This is equal to this minus this. What is the value? System 155. Sorry, not this one. I have to keep this as because it is. This is equal to this minus this 14438. This is my group currency value. Clear? You got my point. Our system, see, this minus this is my group currency value. Okay, system how it is trying to post is what you have to understand. System is trying to post like this. 1554, 1106. The difference is 1443. This is 1443. 1443 directly it is not posting and making it to and it is not posting again a translation differences separately. Okay, because a debit and credit should match up here. The debit and credit here, if you see, the value is converted with this much value, right? So how system is doing, this is my entry, what system is doing. Okay, system is converting this and it is converting this also, and whatever the differences is totally arising is a translation difference. Clear? Any doubt in this? You take any FS item, system does it the same way. Say for example, if I take a P&L FS item 41100. Okay, you see here this also 4 and 1. Here what system has done? System has did 4 and 1. Say for every row of data, here I have 2 rows of data, right? It is not nothing opening balance, nothing differentiate here. Earlier it was a differentiating. Here how this is normal and this is respect to partner unit. Okay, so what system is trying to do? System is trying to make an entry with by translating this to this. Okay, and again with a reference value, it converted into group currency value. Group currency value of that minus this is your this value. Okay, the same, this is without partner unit because it has to keep differently. This is transaction without partner unit, whereas this transaction is with respect to partner unit, it is updated with partner unit, intercompany transaction. So system makes an entry like this. Is that clear? See here 412000. Here there is no partner unit, nothing. Okay, maybe here it is based on a where we have a different sub items also, right? So system check all that combination. It has translated this into these two, this into these two, and this into this one. Okay. Here translation difference where it will post to a separate FS item. That is 31800. It is not posting. If you see here, all these are with the 900 and 915 only. There is no here in the P&L item, it will not post with the same FS item, right? So it will be posting with 980. So here, whatever transaction type you are seeing, it is all 900 and 915 only. Let's see what is transaction type. Sub item. This is a functional area. This is not a functional area. Okay, clear. This is a P&L item. You got it? So like this system does the translation for this one. System post a separate document with a whatever document number range is 10005063. It posted again in the period 12 only entry. Clear? Posting level remains same. There is nothing a difference in the posting level because it is taking, and document type also uses 00 only. There is no specific changes in this. Any doubt in this? Okay, no doubt. Then I'll go to the next version B67, which is my currency extension version, which is storing my data in SAR. You can see here the SAR data is storing now. Here you can see there is no local and company currency. All the data it is taken from my standard version and it has updated into my group currency extension version, which is SAR. Right? So here in consolidation, you never report in local currency and this one. If you want to report, you use that and do it. You do it in finance, for example, if you want. Always in the group currency. So here you can see, again, I'll put up a filter if you wanted to see specific part. I'll show it for consolidation in BB 66. So here this is an FS item. Okay, here I'll select an FS item, for example.
Let's test your knowledge. And here is the question for you. What enables the transfer of data from different source system into SAP Financial Consolidation? Option A, Consolidation Unit. Option B, Flex Upload Parameters. Option C, Mapping FS into GL accounts. And option D, Breakdown Category. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. And remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck and type the correct answer in the comment section.
You can see here. Any doubt in this? 11100. These are my FS item. Okay. So here again, it does then the same way. For all the rows you show it today, this one. 414141414141. Okay, document type 0000, where it is posted with B67, BB66, 11100. Okay. Any doubt in this? See here, you have to observe one more thing here. Here, what you're observing here. One more thing. Let me open another C16N. AC docu version is B66. This is manual JV. Whatever I posted a manual JV here, 100. This is my manual JV. This is my manual JV entry that has been converted here, which is converted the, see, whatever it has used the source, the same it uses and do the activity. Okay, so 0F, where we posted in amount in group currency also, that is 0F. Okay, what I am trying to show it to you here is whatever translation it does, it updates with the same document type. So here you are finding 3 document types. Why? This is your loaded data. Okay, this is your manual posting data. Okay, and this is your universal journal data. So this is my universal journal data. This is your universal journal data. That means whatever it is posted in the source, the same document type used. Here also, if you see the translation, it will be the same. The same way here also. Okay, so that you can identify or reconcile, okay, what data has been translated to where. Got it? And accordingly, it uses the document number ranges. Okay, for V0F would have been a different document number range, 10 would have been different, and this would be a different document number range. Then we'll move on to see the report part. Okay, so we have done transactions and all. Till now we have not seen any report. We'll go and see this basic SAP, like the report what SAP has provided as a part of group reporting. So we, as usual, you can use Microsoft Office, where we extract data from CDS views into an Excel sheet and do reporting or a specific CDS views format, all that. Okay. So generically in the Fury, we have a report called group data analysis. So in the group data analysis, there are two things: group data analysis, group data analysis. Again, it says as a deprecated because a few of the additional functionalities came up here. Okay, if you are in the old version, you can still using it. Either of this, you can go and select a group data analysis. So here, group data analysis with reporting rules, I'll come to that later, that how you can design your own report. Okay, that I'll come to. Now this I'm going directly to see a group data analysis. So here my version, my chart of accounts, my consolidation group, my key date, whatever it is, I'll say and say go. Okay. So for now, we have not made any hierarchy. I told there are hierarchy. Manage global hierarchy is a centralized hierarchy, a hierarchy app provided by SAP. Central hierarchy app provided by SAP. With that, we are having all this as an app. Okay. So here, if you see, these are my FS item. In this, you are seeing it in a particular, what is the balances with respect to document type. Okay, with respect to document type, you are seeing it. Okay, so here you are see, if you, like for example, if I have to remove it here, I'll remove it. I wanted to see by consolidation unit. I can bring the consolidation unit to rows, or I would have bring it to columns. So you can see with respect to the company code, or you can bring this to columns and you can use it. Okay, can you see here? This is my consolidation. However you want, you can see the balances here. Okay, so for this, again, we can set up a hierarchy structure for this FS items. We can set up an hierarchy structure. We can go here. I'll show that how to set up a hierarchy also. Okay, hierarchy, select hierarchy. You will get the hierarchies what is been available. Okay, for example, because we are using standard FS items only, what SAP has provided, I'll select this one only. For example, name of the hierarchy, I'll select here by balance sheet. See here, because I'm using standard FS item, SAP delivered hierarchy only, I'm using it. You can see here the balance sheet part. Okay, it shows whatever is not been assigned. See here, P&Ls and all is there, or where whatever I have not assigned, that is been assigned, that is coming. That is my P&L is coming here. Because here I'm trying to use it where I'm having other, it will come as rest underscore H. Okay, here you can see current asset, current liabilities and equity. So here liabilities and equity. Okay, here instead of this, if you wanted to select some other hierarchy, I remove the hierarchy. Okay, I'll go and select and I say search. You can see here balance sheet and P&L, it is tallied balance. So that is the reason you are finding here the balance. It is a tallied net income and losses. This is what which you have moved it if with respect to this. Okay, and that is the FS item which we have moved when we move from calculation net income. In the net income, you have again whatever your operating operations, the nodes which you can see. Got it? So here this is the net income balances credited, it debited and move to my retained earnings. If you click on this, you can see all the details of gross margin, after the depreciation. You can see, right? So this is a generic Fury app. Whatever columns you are having in AC Docker, all this is available. You can take it into rows, columns, and all the permutation combination. If you wanted to do, you can do it. So how to set up an hierarchy? We have an app. So for now, I'll say manage global hierarchy. There is an app called manage global hierarchies. This is an app not only for a group reporting, for finance, any hierarchies you wanted to create. Okay, you can have this hierarchy. Okay, here you can select what hierarchies you wanted to do it. Okay, FS item hierarchy, financial statement hierarchy. So if you say financial statement version, function hierarchy, liquidity hierarchy, WBS element hierarchy, consolidation financial statement. The consolidation chart of account. You should not search, you have to search for consolidation chart of account event, hierarchy description Z AB1. What is the one you wanted to create? Okay. You can go create, for example, enter hierarchy ID, say ZBB66. Here you can go here, go to edit, and as usual, you select here, create a nodes. How you wanted sub nodes. I wanted to make assets. Under assets, I wanted to add consolidation FS item. For example, you give what FS item you wanted. Okay. What FS item you wanted to include? I wanted to include triple one double Z. If the FS item is wrong, triple one triple Z. What? I'm giving wrong FS item. So I'll select this, for example. Okay, got it. Like this, I'm going to create the structure and use the structure in your report. So if I created this structure, I'll save it. I'll go and use that in this particular structure and do it. If you want to see what SAP delivered, if you're using SAP chart of accounts, you can say consolidation FS item hierarchies. You can see all these are SAP delivered ones. If I go inside of this, here where system is designed like this. Okay. This is a top node, node in which it will sum up and show expenses. This is how it is divided. Consolidated financial statements, assets, what liabilities, revenue, expenses. Here still you can have the still more drill down, drill down, drill down. Right? So this is how you can create a structure and use it in your report. Okay. If you don't have any doubt in this, so with this part, you can see here we are completing all the activities. Validation of standardized data. Say now we have done a translation in group currency. If you wanted to validate, you can validate whatever formula or validation rule you defined here, or validation method we created here. We will just go and assign to the step of validation standard data and run the same. It will do it in a group reporting. It will do it in a group currency and does it. Okay. Or if you wanted to make some other rule and do it, you can do it and assign it to this particular task ID and you can run it. I'll leave it to you because it's already been shown. I'll leave it to you guys to do it as yourself. Okay. So, and this is not a mandatory steps to do to go for a next activity. So with these, my all data monitor activity steps have been completed. Okay. Now the next is I have to go for a consolidation. Now that means I got a data and I'm keeping my data. Okay. Now I have to start a consolidation. So once I have to start a consolidation, I have to do first step is intercompany elimination. So that is a prerequisite to run your consolidation. That means once your data is ready in group currency, you have to do your intercompany elimination. So how we do intercompany elimination? You can do like you have to reconcile before you eliminate, you have to reconcile. Upon that it is eliminated. It is not straight away I close the eyes and go and eliminate it, right? So I have to do my intercompany elimination activity. So for that, I have to do a reconciliation. So to do a reconciliation, SAP itself has provided a tool called ICMR. Okay. By using that tool, you can run a reconciliation. You can run a reconciliation as a part of group reporting, or you can implement this process of reconciliation in the finance module, because the finance are the peoples who are the owners of the transaction. If you find any differences there, they only should correct it. It is not that you can correct it. Whatever they correct and confirm, that value you just eliminate is the functionality of a group reporting. If you are using a complete integrated system, the integrated consolidation net, I strongly recommend that you have to do it this activity as a part of your finance module only. If you have non-SAP data also getting loaded into group reporting directly, okay, that reconciliation activity you have to perform before you start it. Then in that case, we implement this ICMR functionality, or ICMR means reconciliation activity. See, elimination is an activity which you have to perform in group reporting only. But reconciliation activity, where to put, if that is in a finance module or it is to be done in a group reporting module. Okay, that is a question. So here there are two ways. One is, I said, if you are by integrated entity, you can do that. Or in integrated entity, you can do it here also. System will not stop you. In generic scenarios, I'm saying. If you are non-integrated and everything loaded, they just loaded, but you have to reconcile before you do it. You wanted to use it, this tool as a part of group reporting, you can do that in a group reporting. That is, you have to reconcile. Upon you happy on the reconciliation, you are going to eliminate the difference, okay, and proceed further. So that detailed part of ICMR, because it takes hours to complete, we will take it up in the next session. So if you have any doubt till now, we can cover up. So now the basically eye level, there are two topics which is pending. That is ICMR and consolidation of investment. ICMR is again a big topic where we have to eliminate ARAP, we have to eliminate intercompany sales and purchase, and intercompany inventory. Okay, if you treat it as an inventory, all this, what we have to do it as a part of ICMR. Then we will go for consolidation of investment by using rule-based consolidation.
Hello everyone. I wanted to provide a brief overview of ZaranTech's training program of SAP Group Reporting. This comprehensive course covers key concepts and tools you need to create consolidated financial statements across multiple companies in an SAP system. Over the past few years, hundreds of professionals have leveraged ZaranTech's SAP Group Reporting course to expand their accounting skills and advance their careers. After completing the training, many have graciously shared their success stories in ZaranTech's testimonial platform. In just few weeks, you can learn how to set up group reports, reconcile transaction between different company branches, convert currencies, combine financial data using the popular SAP software, and this can open doors to new finance job opportunities to or help you deliver more value to your current role. If you're interested in learning more about SAP group reporting with ZaranTech, visit the link below for course details. Getting started now with this training is a smart investment for anyone looking to boost their SAP group reporting expertise.